evening, everyone. The West Hollywood City Council meeting will begin momentarily. In the meantime, until I call your name to speak or it is your turn to receive a proclamation, please keep your microphone turned off and your camera. Thank you very much.
Hello, is there any?
Good evening, everyone. The West Hollywood City Council meeting has not started yet. They are still in closed session, so please remain on mute and with your camera off until I call your name to speak. Thank you very much. Hi, Mayor. I'll go ahead and read the COVID-19 stuff.
Terrific.
Thank you. In an effort to protect public health and prevent the spread of COVID-19, AB 361 has authorized public meetings to take place via teleconference because state and local officials are recommending measures to promote social distancing. The City Council meeting is being conducted via teleconference on the city's website and is also provided on a wide array of streaming media platforms to offer access to the public to the fullest extent possible. WehoTV staff have confirmed that the City Council meeting is currently streaming successfully on Spectrum Channel 10 and online at weho.org/WehoTV. In addition, and as a courtesy, this meeting is also successfully streaming on the city's YouTube channel at youtube.com/WehoTV and on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV. WehoTV staff monitor this broadcast on all platforms throughout the meeting and will notify the city clerk and council should broadcast disruptions arise. Please do not interrupt the live meeting by calling or texting the city council about difficulties viewing the meeting. If you are experiencing viewing difficulties while watching this live stream, please reload the page or visit weho.org/WehoTV to access our official viewing platform. Hang on one minute. Okay, they came in. Sorry about that. And to view a list of other available streaming options. In addition, you may call in to listen to this meeting by dialing 669-900-6833. And tonight's meeting ID is 850-8139-0097, and then press the pound sign. Please understand that internet speeds, device reliability, third-party platform reliability, and individual or personal technical issues are out of the scope of this broadcast. WehoTV staff has published a guide at weho.org/WehoTV to troubleshoot your connection. If you are having difficulties connecting to the meeting, you can also call 323-848-3151. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And we're all here. It's 6:12. We're going to call the meeting of January 18th, 2022 to order. And if we can please ask Matt Gill, the library manager for this West Hollywood Library, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Please find your flag, virtual or otherwise, and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Matt. Madam City Clerk, if we can please get a roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Present.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Present.
Mayor Meister.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great. And now if we could please get a report of the closed session agenda from our city attorney.
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening. The City Council convened a closed session this evening via teleconference. It began at 5:30 p.m. this evening. There were no members of the public who signed up to speak on the closed session agenda. The Council discussed 2 items of business that were listed on the posted agenda and took no reportable actions this evening. The closed session ended at 6:10 p.m. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. And Madam City Clerk, do we have any changes to the agenda from staff?
Yes, Mayor, staff is requesting that item 2U be tabled this evening. And I also wanted to share that during the city manager's report that Dr. Torbati, who is the director of the emergency room at Cedars-Sinai, will be providing information to the City Council.
Thank you very much. And do we have any changes from my colleagues to the agenda? Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to add items 5B and 5D to consent if my colleagues are open to it. Item 5B is the Lesbian and Queer Women's Visibility Week. And 5D is the community cleanup events.
Yes, do we have an agreement on those 2 items? Are my colleagues shaking their heads? Looks like it. Okay. 5B and 5D will be moved to consent. Any other changes? Councilmember Erickson, you have your hand up.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I was wondering if we could move 5C to consent. It's Black History Month 2022.
I have comments, but I can make them at my council member comments. Anybody else? Councilmember Horvath, your hand is up. Okay. All right. So then 5B, 5C, and 5D are now on consent. And anyone who has signed up to speak on any of those items will speak at consent, at public comment. Councilmember D'Amico?
I was wondering if there was any chance we could also move item 5A or 4B or 4A to consent.
I know that 5A, there are a number of speakers, so I would prefer to leave that on our agenda if that's possible, because their comments may affect votes. And as far as, I'm sorry, you had
4A and 4B. 4A is regarding an update on sexual assault reporting, and 4B is a project labor agreement.
I have comments on 4B, or actually direction, but I guess we can see if what I have to say will be acceptable to my colleagues. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I also have direction on 4B, so maybe we keep that on. With respect to 4A, I have a lot of questions. So thank you.
Okay, and then we're going to stick with 5B, 5C, and 5D being moved to consent. Is that right? And 2U is tabled, and I think that's it. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Horvath, did you? Okay, your hand keeps going up. Okay.
Just trying to motion without jumping in, but I'll jump in next time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, we have an agenda. Very good. Do we have any adjournment motions?
Can I do a roll call vote real fast?
Sorry, of course you can.
It's
do
okay.
it.
Thank you. Councilmember D'Amico,
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson,
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine,
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Yes,
We have an agenda. Thank you.
thank you so much. And now if we have any adjournment motions, I see Councilmember Horvath's hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few adjournments this evening. First, I'd like to adjourn in honor of Los Angeles County firefighter Jonathan Flagler, who was a firefighter with LA County Fire Department. Unfortunately, he sustained fatal injuries while putting out a fire at a single-family residence in Rancho Palos Verdes. Jonathan was a 21-year veteran of the fire service, having served 19 years with the Vernon Fire Department before transitioning to the LA County Fire Department in October of 2020. He's survived by his wife and 2 sons, and we extend our condolences to Jonathan's family, as well as his colleagues who are also mourning this very heartbreaking loss. In addition to Jonathan, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Clyde Velacourt, who was one of the most significant Indigenous leaders in the struggle for civil rights. Velacourt, who was born and grew up in the White Earth Indian Reservation, co-founded the American Indian Movement in 1968. It began as a local organization in Minneapolis, over decades expanded to advocate for Native civil rights across the United States, Canada, and around the world. And one of the American Indian Movement's original motives was to help combat and monitor police violence toward Native people. Over decades, the group has expanded to advocate for fair housing and education for Native communities, providing legal aid and protesting against cultural appropriation. Clyde will be remembered as a civil rights leader who fought for more than half a century on behalf of the Indigenous people around the world. 2 additional adjournments. The first in memory of Sidney Poitier, whose portrayal of resolute heroes in films like To Sir With Love, In the Heat of the Night, and Guess Who's Coming to Dinner established him as Hollywood's first Black matinee idol and helped open the door for Black actors in the film industry. He passed away at his home in Los Angeles at the age of 94. I know his daughter for a time lived in West Hollywood. I'm not sure whether she's still a resident, but Mr. Poitier, whose Academy Award for 1963 film Lilies of the Field made him the first Black performer to win in the Best Actor category, rose to prominence when the civil rights movement was beginning to make headway in the United States. His roles tended to reflect the peaceful integrationist goals of the struggle. Mr. Poitier was knighted by Queen Elizabeth II in 1974, and President Barack Obama presented Mr. Poitier with the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2009. We extend our condolences to his entire family. Finally, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Senator Harry Reid, who served a 3-decade Senate tenure and was the Senate Majority Leader behind many landmark Democratic victories. By pushing through a sweeping economic stimulus after the recession, a new set of rules governing Wall Street, and the most significant expansion of healthcare with the Affordable Care Act, Senator Reid became, along with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, one of the indispensable lawmakers of the Obama era. Upon news of Senator Reid's retirement, then HRC President Chad Griffin said that the US Senate fundamentally changed the lives of LGBT Americans under his leadership. For a time, Senator Reid was my senator, and he took personal interest in welcoming students to his offices to encourage people to be of service to their community and country. And so I extend our condolences to Senator Reed's family and thank my colleagues for joining me in these adjournments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I wanted to adjourn tonight in memory of former TAB appointee Leslie Barbara Monroy. She is survived by her mother, Christina Medina Sanchez. We miss her very much. Leslie had a beautiful smile on the TAB and was a valued member. I also want to adjourn in memory of our Golden Girl, Betty White. I think it would be, I think every member of West Hollywood's constituency probably loves the Golden Girls. I hope that's a universal statement, but she made us all laugh in some crazy times. So, and also Mr. Eduardo Vargas, who is the father of San Diego County Supervisor Nora Vargas. She lost her father over the holidays, and she speaks very highly of him. So I just wanted to adjourn in his memory as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one adjournment. I'd like to adjourn in memory of Patsy Lucha, Schumacher, who was the mother of the city's human resources manager, Sue Schumacher. Patsy was born in Warren, Minnesota on April 26, 1935. She loved her hometown and would share stories of her childhood with a sparkle in her eye. She met her husband, Bob Schumacher, shortly after coming to California, and they wed on December 26, 1964. They loved to travel the world together and had great adventures. Patsy was a devoted mother and grandmother and would always say, "I don't want anything else but to be with my kids." Patsy was known for her amazing cooking skills, had a strong faith in God, and was a cherished friend. She lived a beautiful life and was loved by many. We're so sorry, Sue, and we give you our condolences. Anybody else, any more adjournments? Okay. Now we are going to move to presentations. I believe we have one presentation, Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Tonight I have the honor of making a presentation to our Friends of the West Hollywood Library Bookstore. The Friends of the West Hollywood Library Bookstore, which, as we all know, is nestled into the auto court of the library complex, is celebrating its 10th anniversary. I really hope this comes with a good virtual cake. The Friends of the West Hollywood Library Bookstore is known for its high quality of collections, including specialties in entertainment and design, vintage paperbacks, and signed first editions. The bookstore is completely run by the Friends of the West Hollywood Library volunteers. And I know Linda Demers really helps to coordinate making that happen, who help to curate items of the highest quality and are available to offer assistance to customers in selecting materials. The Friends of the West Hollywood Library, which is a nonprofit organization, supports the informational, educational, recreational, and cultural programs and services provided by the library for all library customers. And the Friends of the West Hollywood Library was founded over 45 years ago and was instrumental in generating support for the new West Hollywood Library, which we know opened in 2011. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby congratulates the Friends of the West Hollywood Library Bookstore on its 10th anniversary, and thanks to the many dedicated volunteers who support and maintain this incredible community service. 10 looks really good on you both, Linda and Barbara. You wear it well, and we thank you for all of the time and effort that you have invested and in making this library bookstore a wonderful place for so many people to benefit and such a real gem in our community. And I will turn it over to you. We have a proclamation here, which is always hard to show with the virtual background, but I will turn it over to you to share a little bit about what you'll be doing in honor of this wonderful occasion.
Mayor Meister, Mayor Pro Tem Shine, Council Members D'Amico, Erickson, and Lindsay Deer, thank you for this proclamation recognizing our work on the bookstore's 10th anniversary. Our mission is supported by our board members, bookstore volunteers, the community who shops in our store, our online customers, and community members who've made donations of books and media. We want to thank the County Library for their support, and especially the City of West Hollywood for generously including space for us in the new West Hollywood Library. It was absolutely a dream come true. I'd like to introduce two of our board members, but I think only one is here. And she's probably not a stranger to you. She's been a devoted board member, library lover, and longtime West Hollywood friend, Barbara Meltzer. Thank you, Barbara, for being there for me. And Libby Chase, our newest board member. And Libby, we welcome you and thank you for joining the Friends. Our other board members have other commitments tonight, but they send you all their best regards. I'd like to give a shout out to our volunteers, Dave Kinnick and Gary Kaplan, who just finished 10 years of service in the bookstore, and other long-term volunteers who have clocked in at 8+ years. Sal Luciello, Susan Caesar, Pat Dixon, Janice Carr, Mike Wiegand, Joy Newell, and Ruth Simon. All told, I think we've counted over 25 volunteers during the last 10 years. And we wouldn't be here without these volunteers or without the founder of the Friends, Rita Norton, who worked tirelessly for a new library. We owe a debt to our donors. We've received wonderful collections. We received Warren Christopher's personal library several years ago. The McCourts gave us hundreds of autographed sports books. And most recently, we just received 6,000 volumes, the entire personal library of Michael and Pat York as they moved out of the area. We received the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce Creative Cities Award for community service. All of our funds go to support the library's programs, and as Lindsay said, we have enabled them to do so many more programs, STEAM activities, book stacks, collections, etc. So to date, the bookstore has been open 10,000 hours, all volunteers, no paid staff. And we have now passed $255,000 in income to support the library. So that's a lot of books. The store's closed, I'm sorry, out of an abundance of caution, but we'll be back. When we open, our shelves will be stocked with great books and the same friendly faces there to greet you. So thank you again for your support. We're looking forward to seeing you and maybe help you pick out a good read. Thank you again.
Anyone else want to say a few words? I guess not. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much and congratulations, Friends of the Library. We're going to move on now to public comment. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, Council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. This public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items, other agenda items, if the member of the public cannot be present at the time the item is considered, or items of general interest within the jurisdiction of the City Council in the City of West Hollywood. Another period is also reserved for general comment later in the meeting for those that cannot be heard at this time. Public hearing testimony will be taken at the time of the hearing. Madam City Clerk.
There, our first speaker this evening is Matt Gill. Matt, if you would like, you may turn on your camera and unmute yourself, and you will have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you all, and good evening, Council. Again, I'm reintroducing myself. I'm Matt Gill, manager of West Hollywood Library, and I just wanted to thank the Council for recognizing the work of the Friends of the West Hollywood Library, and to congratulate the FOL on their proclamation tonight. So much of what makes our library great is thanks to the Friends. If you've been to the library recently and seen our new absolutely thorough collection of American plays and drama, that is thanks to a large contribution from the Friends. If you participated in our online fiction writing or poetry writing workshops during our 2020 closure, that was thanks to the Friends. And someday when we resume our schedule of in-person programs and events, hopefully soonish, the Friends will be our primary funding source for those programs. Our Friends will always be there making sure we have the means to be fantastic. So thank you, City Council, for recognizing the Friends, and thank you, Friends of the West Hollywood Library, for your tireless work. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Our next speaker this evening will be Jackie Steele. Jackie, if you would like, you may turn on your camera. I see you. Go ahead. We'll have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much. And I must really love this city to be doing this makeup free. So, but here we are. I just wanted to comment on a couple of the items that got moved to consent. The first is item 5B. I absolutely support this effort. I appreciate the inclusive intention here, the different types of events that have been mentioned so far, i.e. the field day. And I love the effort. I'm excited to see this one come to life. Item 5C, Black History Month 2022. I'm in full support of this effort. I had the honor of witnessing Sacred Space, which was put on by Still Bisexual last year as a part of week-long programming for Out for Mental Health. And to see that type of an event work on Zoom and be so transformative and so powerful was really quite a feat, honestly, considering the challenges of Zoom that we're all living in. I support all those events and that programming, clearly, as do my dogs. And then item 5D, community cleanup events. Obviously, I'm in support of this effort. I love it. It brings community together and helps preserve our neighborhoods. So I'll be happy to be among the first to jump in and volunteer. Thanks, everybody. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Jackie. Our next speaker is Robert Oliver. Robert, if you would like, you may turn on your camera, unmute yourself, and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment.
Sure. Good evening, council members. I just wanted to speak in favor of both 5B and 5C. As a former member of the Lesbian Gay Advisory Board, I heard as queer women expressed the need for more and more meaningful spaces for lesbian, bi, and queer women in our city. I also want to voice my full support for programming for Black History Month in West Hollywood to really recognize and celebrate the history and contributions of Black members of our community. I think it's important that as a city, we do both of these programs on the same level that we've done other programming in our city. And that really means adequate funding to make sure that these are successful events that help members of our community feel seen, feel heard, and really at the end of the day, feel included and celebrated. So I'm really excited for both of these. And I also am excited for 5D. I am ready and can't wait to be part of a cleanup. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Our next speaker is Nicole Crystal. Nicole, if you would like, you may turn on your camera and unmute yourself, and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment.
Hi. I'm just here to basically voice my support for 5B, 5C, and 5D. I'm just wanted to clarify some stuff about our Sacred Space event. We have held this event for the all of COVID, and people have come, essential workers. They've, you wonder how you can do wellness virtually. And it's actually really incredible when you have someone teaching self-massage or breath work and people are moved to tears. And this is just, we've had a really powerful experience with this event. And I just want to clarify that none of the staff gets paid to run this event. This event is completely grant funded. All the money goes back into the Black LGBTQ plus community. So basically, the money goes to the practitioners who are people of color, and it goes into gifts for attendees. So that's what this funding would go for at the Sacred Space event. And I just want to clarify that and hope you will support it and support Black History Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Our next speaker is Jordan David. Jordan, if you would like, you can turn on your camera or press *6 and you will have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Jordan David, calling from occupied Tonga land, and I'm a voter in West Hollywood elections. Speaking in regards to item 2F, the noise violation ordinance. I know that noise is a concern for residents, and I do think the council should respond. Unfortunately, this response only brings more violence into the community instead of addressing their concerns. If you haven't yet, anyone listening should go to Google and type in LASD gangs. This ordinance gives free rein to these armed gangs to decide for themselves whether or not loud music requires guns, brute force, and jail. Please vote this down. As a real solution, I would propose that we create a reimagined neighborhood watch that receives de-escalation training and resources from the city. This new neighborhood watch does not collaborate with police and responds to low-risk calls like noise complaints when more special skills aren't needed. A trusted neighbor asking you to turn the music down will yield much better outcomes than sending cops. Situations requiring further assistance can be referred to the Behavioral Health Crisis Response Unit once it's available. I witnessed firsthand the mishandling of these situations by police when one of my neighbors called the cops on another neighbor for a minor noise complaint. This was during the pandemic before vaccines. The officers came and woke up my whole building, pounding on their door, refused to wear a mask, and proceeded to mockingly cough all over my immunocompromised neighbor and our lobby, which is frequented by high-risk seniors. Please vote no on this and create a community-led response. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Our next speaker is Friday Jones. Friday, if you would like, you may turn on your camera. I see you, and unmute yourself, and you will have 2 minutes.
My name is Kanta Jones Muhammad. I am the co-facilitator for the National Assembly of American Slavery Descendants and co-chair for the Los Angeles chapter. I'm also a commissioner for the City of Los Angeles's Reparations Advisory Commission as appointed by Mayor Garcetti. My comments tonight are my own. I asked this commission to wait on moving forward with item 2T. I am concerned that this council and the Southern California Association of Governments Regional Council has adopted a racial equity early action plan without consulting reparations organizations in their own backyard responsible for language in AB 3121, the California Task Force bill, and championing the bill through the state legislature. Proposition 209 prohibits race and ethnicity for consideration in public employment, education, and contracting. I've interviewed Dean Erwin Cherminsky of the Berkeley School of Law on politics and Black, and for the descendants of U.S. chattel slavery, lineage-based repair is the only way to put descendants on equal footing with indigenous or AAPI communities being affirmed and protected by the law. West Hollywood was formed in 1984, and prior to its founding, its jurisdiction fell under the county. It is imperative that this body gives the State Commission and the City Commission an opportunity to publish reports prior to advancing item 2T. It is also concerning that an award will be completed within 60 days, March 2022, with absolutely no engagement with organizations like NAASD and CJEC, the Coalition for Just and Equitable California, that will wind up leading the nations in reparations, because as California and AB 3121 goes, so will the nation. Dr. Darity is referenced, and he is the leading economist in this space. Thank you.
That was especially loud this evening. I apologize for that. Our next speaker is Dan Morin. Dan, if you would like, you may turn on your camera or press *6, and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment.
Good evening, Dan Morin, longtime resident of West Hollywood. I urge you to do something now about the rampant crime which is occurring in our city. This is not a situation to hire a consultant. This is something I feel you are obligated to do now to protect the citizens of West Hollywood. I rarely see any sheriff in my neighborhood unless they are driving through it. No ambassadors either. We need increased, not less, law enforcement presence. We need regular foot patrols, motorcycles, anything that the sheriff's department can provide to keep us safe. There have been murders, assaults, thefts, etc., occurring far too often. Criminals are so emboldened to commit many of these acts in broad daylight. I'm certain that not only us senior citizens are afraid or very apprehensive about venturing out after dark. I would assume younger people are as well. What are we becoming? We are now known as the marijuana capital of the world, which to me is not a positive. We are too fast becoming a truly unsafe city to live in, let alone visit, as was evidenced by the very recent assault and theft committed against 2 men from Britain. Although the theft technically took place in the city of Los Angeles, they most likely went to a club in West Hollywood, and the incident occurred just steps outside our border. Their plight has received national and international attention. Is this what we want to be known for? You cannot delay in reaching a decision as to how to effectively combat crime. Criminals should be placed on notice that if they commit a crime in West Hollywood, there will be consequences. At the moment, this is what we should be known for. If you delay, the consequences for residents and visitors could be disastrous. Will it take the death of a well-known individual to do something? Will you be one of the victims? It's possible. I beg you to help all of us, protect all of us, and please do it now.
Thank you, Dan. Our next speaker is Adam Darvish. Adam, if you would like, you may turn on your camera or press *6 to unmute yourself, and you will have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Meister and Mayor Pro Tem Shine and Council. Happy New Year, happy 2022. I'm calling tonight in support of public safety and your efforts, and wanted to thank you for having a smart city infrastructure project on the agenda. And this is an agenda item that I saw 2 years ago. At the time when I got involved, I almost got killed at the house. So I got involved in the community, and I'm still very sort of involved and engaged with neighbors and hear a lot and see a lot more than before the incident at the house that you all are aware of. Just wanted to point out, by looking at the list, maybe this is not the purpose. I think it's a high-level infrastructure sort of study or review. I didn't see the cameras that were initially on there that Kristen Cook had mentioned to me and showed sort of timelines that was supposed to be completed in 2022, I believe, which was delayed during the pandemic. But I understand that funding is a challenge, especially through the pandemic. But I urge all of you to really look at that if it's fallen off the list due to all the concerns that the residents are bringing up and the activities that we're all seeing. It would really be great if the funding could be available, at least to do part of it, not all of it maybe, and phase it for the future. But that was one, and wanted to also thank our public safety commissioners and Lieutenant Mulder for great discussions at the January meeting that I attended, and great discussions regarding public safety and what we all need to do together as a team to safeguard.
Thank you, Adam. Our next speaker this evening is Carrie Balboa. Carrie, if you would like, you may turn on your camera and unmute yourself, and you will have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you may go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Meister, Pro Tem Shine, and council members. Happy New Year to all of you, and best wishes for a happier and a healthier 2021. I'm a public safety commissioner here in the city, but I'm representing my own personal comments as a resident tonight. I support items that were moved to consent, 5B, 5C, and 5D. On item 4A, I urge the city to enhance support services for victims of sexual assault. The report attached is highly concerning in terms of the reporting and treatment options available to victims. We have approximately 30 victims a year who need to bounce between the sheriff, a local hospital, and ultimately a rape center that's located an hour away without clear advocates. Imagine yourself in shock, being sexually violated, perhaps suffering from other physical assault injuries, and being drugged. You're alone, ashamed, and may not have your phone. You may not have your clothing intact, yet you're expected to make sure that you navigate 3 separate organizations and travel a significant distance without help. We need to do better and need to investigate local advocacy and a rape treatment center in the city. The process as it's designed today is a barrier to victims. On item 5A, I support eliminating bias in policing that results in targeting people of color. As this item is evaluated, I would like to understand the details that are specific to the city of West Hollywood traffic stops. I would also like to understand the impact of not pursuing issues with missing plates and vehicle identification. We've seen an uptick across Los Angeles County in vehicle thefts and carjacking. The first step after stealing a vehicle is removing the plates. We also had a hit and run this weekend. If plates aren't visible, how can we find people who are actually doing harm while being sensitive to the issues that could occur in targeting? I did send each of you on the council an interesting news article that was tied to a survey of police and sheriffs. I urge you to read that because it offers an interesting perspective as to the absence of training they have. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Our final speaker this evening is MJ Goges. MJ, please press *6 or turn your, there you are.
Okay. Hi, good evening. Thank you and good evening, City Council. My name is MJ Goges, West Hollywood citizen. I'm calling in support of item 5B, Lesbian and Queer Women's Visibility Week. I have some WeHo herstory here for you. My wife, Renee Sotil, and I were participants and involved in the late 90s when WeHo annually hosted this event. It was a fun and uplifting time, very, very community driven. In fact, one year we ended up on the producing committee and we put together a concert event at the House of Blues, booking Linda Perry and her band, plus a lot of inspiring speakers and community activists. Renee was working at KTLA and she pitched to get Linda Perry booked on the morning news to promote the event. We were shocked when the KTLA executive producer said yes. This was about 20 years ago when positive TV news coverage of our community was not very common. So we were cautious and nervous how Linda would be received, but there were screams of joy every time Linda said lesbian during the interview. So all went well and the KTLA anchors even attended and participated at the concert, resulting in WeHo City presenting them with plaques for their participation. And personally, our very first film was inspired by Lesbian Visibility Week. We just realized this looking back, thinking back years ago with when they had the famous Dykes and Their Dogs contest held in the West Hollywood Park. It attracted hundreds of women with categories like most butch, most femme, owner lookalike. And we met women there that we're still friends with today. And our musical comedy Dykes and Their Dogs premiered at Outfest that year and went on to screen all over the country and the world. So see what happens when lesbians and queer women come together. Let's do it again. Thank you, City Council. Keep up the great work and thanks everyone for your time.
Thank you, MJ. Mayor, that was our final speaker for public comment.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. And now we're going to move on to council member comments and meeting attendance reports. Who would like to begin this evening? Don't all raise your hands at once. Councilmember D'Amico?
I have no comments.
Cool. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to all of the public commenters tonight. Well, I hope everyone has had a great start of the new year. It's been since mid-December that we've all been together. At a prior council meeting, I had asked staff to look at putting ADA parking spots on the 3rd floor of the West Hollywood Library parking garage. I heard that staff had completed this and I would like to thank them and also get an update about it. Really thank you for making sure that people with disabilities have better ease of access at the parking garage. I also want to thank our staff and the executive leadership and Board of Directors of Essentia for item 2S, which advances our Project Home Key application. This is a fiscally responsible and solution-oriented project for the city. Citing this type of housing and services in our city is not only responsive to identifying community need, but also to the priorities stated by our residents and businesses to identify new strategies to address homelessness. And thank you to my colleagues, Council members Lindsay Horvath and John Erickson, for bringing forward the item on consent to make Juneteenth an official paid city holiday. And thank you as well to my colleagues for supporting the Lesbian and Queer Women's Visibility Week, as well as Black History Month events. And I want to also thank staff for the RFP for the historical context study. I was very impressed with this, and with response to the public commenter, I would just ask that staff reach out and work, have some dialogue and perhaps work with them. That would be great. Oh, with regard to the update on the smart city infrastructure plans, I'm very excited about the future and very happy that we will be looking at providing alternative low-cost broadband access to our residents. There was a hit and run on Santa Monica and San Vicente. I would love, well, there was some commentary online that I saw that the area would do better with more lighting. So can we have our engineers and traffic safety look into that?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thanks so much, Mayor. I hope you had a great holiday. It feels like forever since we've been together. I have a couple of items and then I have some questions for staff. So I've asked staff to come on prior, so they should be aware. In terms of meetings I've attended, I attended the 3rd District Oversight Board. I attended the most recent LGAB meeting, Public Safety meeting, and Joint Subcommittee for the WAB and Public Safety Commission. I had attended the Chamber First Friday All Business meeting, which I thought was great. Thank you to all of our businesses for all that they're doing to keep our people safe during this Omicron surge. I attended the latest county COVID call, which will lead me to my questions for Danny Rivas about scam COVID testing sites. I want to thank the members of the community that reached out to me yesterday about several that popped up that we actually found to be illegitimate and making sure that our residents were safe. I attended the Emerald Village annual meeting with a couple of my colleagues. Congratulations, Jake Stevens. I believe Mayor Meister presented a proclamation in history-making form that made it Jake Stevens Day in West Hollywood. I don't know if I should shudder or laugh or be happy. Either way, I'm very happy for my friend Jake Stevens, and thank you to all the work that they did. And congratulations to the new board. That was a great proclamation, Mayor, that you gave. I thought it was a great one. I attended the California Cities Policy Committee meeting, the Plummer Park Ad Hoc Subcommittee meeting, and I think those are all the meetings for just a little while. I'm exhausted listing them off just as much as you are. Thank you so much. A couple of questions for staff. I know if Danny and John Leonard could come on. I also want to congratulate all the people who attended and put on Boom. It was an incredible event. I was able to watch a significant portion as I stayed home on New Year's Eve because like many of us, we kept getting exposed to COVID. And I want to thank all the producers who made sure people got their boom boxes. I got mine. Thank you. You didn't have to give me one, but I enjoyed the coffee drinks, so whatever it was. But thank you so much. I appreciate that. I know how much work that is. Danny, could you make sure our residents and community members know how to spot a fake COVID testing site and what you should do if that occurs?
Sure, absolutely, Councilmember Erickson. And as you mentioned, we did see a number of these pop-up sites, tents, easy ups, canopies that were placed out in the public right of way. So I encourage all of our community members, if you do see any of these types of operations setting up, please contact our Code Compliance Division. They do operate 7 days a week, almost 24/7. So somebody is always on and able to respond. The best number to call is area code 323-848-6516. You can also access that same information as well as an online reporting database that we have that we respond to at the City of West Hollywood Code Compliance website. But one of the things to just keep in mind that we've learned in terms of responding to these types of situations is, number one, they have to operate under a city permit to be able to have their operations in the public right of way. And the public right of way is the sidewalk areas, streets, alleyways, etc. If you do see some operations that are set up on private property, I still encourage you to contact Code Compliance Division as well, because again, we will verify whether or not these operations, whether they're operating in the public right of way or whether they're on private property, have been approved to do so by the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health. If they're asking for personal information such as your social security number, that is not something that they should be acquiring from any individual. And then in addition to that, we've also heard of some folks that are being charged for these types of COVID testing as well. And so that is also something that LA County Department of Public Health has put out that they should not be requiring from any person. So we are working with our communications department to also put out a press release. I know that the city's website regarding COVID protocols and guidances has also already been updated by the communications department. And so we'll just continue to respond to these requests. But again, don't hesitate to contact the Code Compliance Division. And that number is 323-848-6516.
Thanks so much, Danny. I want to, a couple of other things. John Leonard, you are on my Zoom box screen. There we go. John, we had some really great news about Metro. Everyone knows that we would love to get a train here and through the city. And I don't know if David Fenn is on, but could you potentially give us, you can lead with the results about the scoping process results and some of the amazing news that came out about that?
So I'll let David go ahead and give that update.
Sure. So good evening, council members, mayor. Over the holidays, Metro sent out an update on the feedback they received during Metro's formal scoping period. There was definitely good news in there for West Hollywood. So they held 3 virtual scoping meetings in April and May 2021, and this was kind of a summary of the feedback that they received from the public and other stakeholders at that time. The comments were received at those meetings over the phone or online and over email. So there were a total of 217 comments received at the meeting, 423 through other methods. Of those, 201 supported the city's preferred alignment, the westernmost Fairfax-San Vicente hybrid route that would serve the most of West Hollywood. That was far more supportive comments than any of the other alignments or even the other alignments combined. By contrast, only 11 and 29 supported Fairfax or La Brea only. There were an additional 5 that supported either Fairfax or the hybrid. There were a few 18 that supported La Brea in combination with a separate spur line along Santa Monica Boulevard, but we've had preliminary discussions with Metro staff that indicated that they don't think this option is feasible within the goals and limitations of the project, which is also good news. Some other key themes were, support for project acceleration, environmental and traffic benefits of getting cars off the road, people excited about a fully grade separated project. And as we know, it's expected to be entirely underground in our area and potentially throughout the entire length of the corridor. There were a few people who were concerned with traffic impacts during construction, others concerned with project costs. But overall, the vast majority of comments were very supportive of the city's preferred alignment, the hybrid. A few people mentioned travel time benefits of La Brea versus the hybrid. I'd just like to point out that Metro previously estimated it would take 8 minutes longer end to end, which is relatively little in the scheme of a project like this that's covering such a great distance. And then far more commenters honed in on the job benefits and opportunity benefits from the additional destinations along the hybrid. People were excited about Cedars, Pacific Design Center, those kind of job centers that the hybrid would serve. And in total, Metro estimates the hybrid would serve 3 times more jobs than La Brea. So with that, I'd like to thank all the West Hollywood, LA and regional stakeholders for their supportive comments in the scoping process. And we're excited to see this moving forward. A few quick notes on next steps for the project. Metro is expecting to hold additional workshops later in 2022. They're doing some additional analysis first on station locations, and we'll be engaged with them in that process. But we're definitely looking forward to getting the word out to our residents and stakeholders once we have more information from Metro on the dates for the next rounds of meetings. And we'll be, in the meantime, monitoring opportunities for other funding and continuing discussions with our agency partners on potential infrastructure financing district and how we could keep things moving. But that's a pretty brief version of where we are. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, David. Really exciting news.
And before we go on, because I know you have more questions because you told staff, which is great, I appreciate it, but you didn't tell us exactly when you're going to have an answer. We do have representatives from Cedars on the call.
Oh yeah.
Get back. So if we could have the rest of the council member comments, and then we'll come back to your questions for John Leonard.
Sure.
Don't mind.
Councilmember Horvath?
Thank you very much. Since our last council meeting, attended the SCAG Transportation Committee meeting and the California Contract Cities Board meeting. I know there was an LA Times editorial board piece regarding recent SCAG decision, and I know our representative to SCAG was quoted in it. It might be helpful to have him come speak to us. I don't know if we have that on our agenda, but just to talk with us about what's going on at SCAG and what the implications are for our city and our region, if that would be helpful, so we can have that input. With regard to item 2I, I too am supportive of all of the smart city improvements. I hope that we can expand public Wi-Fi from our public facilities to being able to support the entire city, especially with so many people working here in creative industries and now having to work from home. Making sure that we have that tech support is very important. With regard to item 2K, I wanted to make sure we have a plan for whenever the moratoria are eventually lifted, and would ask our city manager to come back with perhaps an item to designate a council subcommittee to work on this issue with the county and state on what the next steps actually are. There have to be other tools and a plan to help support people to make sure they're able to stay in the housing that they're currently in once these moratoria are lifted. I'm glad to see items 2R and 2S also on our agenda to support additional investment in housing and homeless services and support for renters and their legal protection. We're continuing to invest money in the priorities that our city residents have identified according to our recent survey. Just wanted to point that out. With 2U was tabled. We received a comment from a community leader regarding placement of ALPR cameras. There was a request for a particular location on Sunset. I know with regard to some of the comments that were made about other issues that have happened and were recently reported, the placement of ALPR cameras in the city have provided a useful tool to help solve issues. So just want to revisit that tool as a possibility to address concerns that have been raised in the community. Perhaps this is something that can be included when we bring back the comprehensive report from staff on the public safety items that have been discussed by council. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. So I attended the Chamber's Leadership Council meeting, Plummer Park Subcommittee meeting, and Emerald Village. I attended the Southern California Association of Government CEHD Committee as the West Side City's COG representative. The discussion was primarily about several new housing finance programs. One in particular was for building ADUs, and I shared that information with staff to look into further. The SCAG Regional Council recently voted to support the Community Planning Voter Initiative, which supports local control over local land, local land use and zoning laws. They also voted to sponsor state legislation to expand the infill infrastructure grant program and incentives for RENA production and to modernize CEQA. I know that Councilmember Erickson had expressed to me interest in these issues. And what I was going to suggest is that we haven't had one in a long time. We do a council study session on housing and CEQA. The item would be to invite SCAG staff to discuss the regional council votes, its legislative agenda, and some of their new housing finance programs, and also ask policy staff from California League of Cities and Contract Cities to discuss their take on the 2022 housing legislation. I'd also like to include our legislative liaison, Hernan Molina, our housing development staff, planning and UDAS, and also, maybe some representatives from our Planning Commission, Historic Preservation Commission, and Rent Stabilization Commission. We're going to need to pay close attention to all of these legislative issues, which could affect our environmental policies, our land use policies, as well as our zoning codes. So by way of this, I would like to ask Councilmember Erickson if he would like to co-sponsor an item with me on housing issues. No?
No, sorry, I was reaching for the unmute. Of course, all of that sounds amazing to make sure we all do it. So I was trying to get to it as fast as I could.
You were shaking your head and shaking your head. Okay.
I heard my name. It's like when you're called by the teacher and you're like, wait, where's the unmute button?
All right, well, thank you so much. So we will get with staff on that and hopefully answer everybody's questions. Item 2K, update on residential eviction protections. I just want to confirm with the city attorney that people still have to be paying their rent and repaying back rent, that this is not a protection against non-payment of rent, but it is a protection against no fault eviction. Is that correct, Lauren?
That is correct. The payment of rent and rent assistance has all been covered by the state law. And so we're watching what the state does with that and the rental assistance programs. But this county ordinance that we're watching is just about no fault evictions.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Item 2R, the 21-22 award of agency development grants. I just wanted to congratulate Essentia, Betzedek, and TransCan Work on being awarded these development grants. Keep up the great work. 2S, I want to thank my colleagues for their support for 2S, which is the MOU with Essentia to serve as our co-applicant for Project Home Key Funds. As a member of the City Council Subcommittee on Homelessness since its inception, this is a direction Council has long supported and is an exciting next step in fulfilling several of the stated goals in the city's 5-year plan to address homelessness. That plan was created with input from the community, and we look forward to further engagement with the community on this work. The next opportunity will be on Wednesday, February 16th from 6 to 8 p.m. when we will host a community update on the city's homeless initiative. This will be a virtual event, and the information on how to tune in to that presentation will be released in the next few days. Item 2U, I just wanted to mention why I asked staff to table to you. It was actually because I was unclear if the conference organizers were paying for speakers to attend. So we need to do a little more research into that. And although I have spent $0 for my travel budget these last few years, I'm aware of budget concerns. In the past, Council has been reluctant to approve international travel for Council members. This particular conference is not always, it's not always in the same place. It's been in the United States. It's been in different countries, but also in small cities like Carmel, Indiana. At a previous discussion in 2019, the policy adopted was to allow a council member's travel budget to cover hotel and registration expenses, but not international airfare. So if the council would like to have that conversation, I'd be happy to ask the city manager to agendize. Otherwise, we can assume international airfare will not be covered. And I will bring back an item at some point to you when I have more information. Item 5B, glad that we were able to move that to consent. On item 5C, Black History Month 2022, I support the programming that we have programming for Black History Month. I think it's long overdue. However, I am concerned about one of the recommended events, which may be a potential conflict of interest for the city, or at least the appearance of impropriety. So I'm going to abstain on that item. Item 5D, community cleanup event. I want to thank Councilmember Erickson and Mayor Pro Tem Shine for bringing that forward. I think that's a great event. So thank you so much. Virtual events coming up, Row at 49, WeHo Reads, WeHo Sounds. For more information, please go to the city calendar and see what we have, all the different events that we have coming up virtually over the next few months. And now I'm going to move to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. As mentioned by the city clerk earlier, we will take a portion of item 4A, the update on sexual assault reporting and response procedures, out of order. Tonight we have with us Dr. Sam Turbati, head of the Department of Emergency Medicine at Cedar-Sinai. and Brian Croft, VP of Operations, also at Cedars. With the increased number of COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations due to the Omicron variant, I want to thank Dr. Tabati and Mr. Croft for all the work they've done and the medical professionals at Cedars. And also want to be respectful for their time so they can get back to serving the hospital, those that are in the hospital. So we'll have a brief presentation from the two of them and answer any questions that you all have of them, any questions from the council members. And then we'll take the other portion of this item with the staff report and any questions for the Sheriff's Department during the new business item after the public hearings. So Dr. Tabati.
Sure. Good evening. Pleasure to be here with council members and the mayor. Thank you for inviting Mr. Croft and I to your meeting. So this is a very sensitive topic. It's a topic that we care about tremendously at Cedars. We care tremendously when patients come to us for any needs, especially if there's concerns that they may express over sexual assault. And just kind of talking through, and maybe I can give a brief presentation of the workflow, and I'm open to any specific questions that come up. In general, if a patient presents to the hospital and tells us that they're concerned that they were sexually assaulted, then our staff sees the patient. We have certain obligations for medical screening evaluation to make sure that they're physically not hurt, that they're not injured, there's nothing life-threatening happening. And if the patient is otherwise physically okay, they're not experiencing any life-threatening emergencies, and the issue is primarily that of an alleged assault, then our process is to refer the patient to the Santa Monica Rape and Treatment Center. The Santa Monica Rape Treatment Center, as you may know, was established in 1974. They have national expertise in managing these sensitive issues having to do with alleged assaults. And the reason why we don't do this ourselves at Cedars for every patient that walks through the doors has to do with the fact that this is a forensic evaluation. This is not a doctor counseling a patient around antibiotics and things like that. The rape kit involves a very careful and cautious, it's a good 2-hour exam where specimens are obtained, photos are obtained, and the forensic information is gathered in a very meticulous and very specific fashion and then handed over to the authorities, who then take it to the crime lab, process it, and the information that's available then could be used by the DA's office to prosecute, the assailant. There are scenarios where when we see patients, it's not clear that they have been assaulted. So those circumstances are a little tough. So sometimes patients come to us and they're primarily intoxicated. So we observe them and we may watch them for several hours, give them hydration, control their nausea. And once they sober, if they tell us that they have, they're concerned about sexual assault, then that's a scenario where we initiate our pathways around, assuming that they're medically stable, getting the patient over to the Santa Monica Rape and Treatment Center. And then there's a third scenario where a patient is severely injured. So if a patient is severely injured and they're unstable, that patient obviously needs to stay in the hospital. Sometimes they need to go to the intensive care unit. And our pathway around managing the sexual assault assessment of that patient and collecting the data, the DNA data, and doing the rape kit involves calling the SART team. There's a sexual assault response team that we have access to through the help of our partners in law enforcement. And at that point, clinicians come to the hospital. Often the patient at that point is in the intensive care unit, they're critically ill, and those licensed and experienced providers then do the forensic exam. So patients definitely have, we definitely want to make sure that if somebody is injured or assaulted, that we take care of them. We have ethical obligations, moral obligations, we have legal obligations to make sure to obtain information regarding assault and to report that assault. Our reporting process at the medical center goes through our social workers, who then contact the law enforcement agencies where the crime allegedly occurred. The police officers will present to the hospital and take a report from the patient. And that holds true whether it's sexual assault, whether it's physical assault, whether it's any form of trafficking. All of those very sensitive issues are cared for by our group of social workers. And we have a large group that staffs us in our department 24/7 to make sure that we do the best we can to identify needs of the patients. In terms of how the patient who's otherwise stable would go to the rape and treatment center, the preference is for the patient. Because this is a voluntary evaluation, we can't really force them to have the assessment. The patient basically, if they wish, they can go by themselves with their own vehicle if they drove to the hospital. And if not, we would provide them with a police escort. The law enforcement agencies that we work with, especially West Hollywood, are terrific, and they will transport the patient to the Santa Monica Rape Treatment Center, which is open 24/7. We've been working with the Santa Monica Rape Treatment Center for decades. Like I mentioned, they provide wonderful services, both the initial assessment, they provide the rape assessment, they do the rape kit. Many patients require medical attention in terms of post-exposure prophylaxis against sexually transmitted illness and HIV. That's provided there. And what's even more important is that victims of sexual assault, it's not like a cut where you can get stitches and walk away and be done with it. These patients require tremendous amount of ongoing support. They need therapy. They need a lot of resources to help them get through the assault. And the Santa Monica Rape Treatment Center has those resources so the patient can have ongoing support they need. And this is a model that's in place for both adults, children. It's a model that's in place regardless of sex or ethnicity or orientation. And from what we hear from patients and what we see, they do a very good job. For us to try to replicate those efforts, I think would take tremendous amount of effort, and I'm not sure we'd be really as good as they are. They've been doing this for 4 decades now, nearly 4 decades. So maybe I can stop here and see if Mr. Croft has anything to answer, and maybe I can take some questions from the audience.
Dr. Trabati, I know there was questions early on around testing and what capabilities we have. I know that you alluded to patients' presentation, really largely around our desire to treat the medical nature of them. Can you speak to the testing that we do and what we're quite frankly not able to do given the nature of the testing and for the reasons that we choose certain orders?
Sure. Medically, we can do testing for, let's say, there's concern about a sexual assault that leads to a sexually transmitted illness. We could do that. That's fairly simple, and we can treat patients. But a test that we collect actually at the bedside actually ruins the forensic environment. We have been chastised over the years by police officers saying, this is a crime scene. You cannot do this incorrectly, because if you don't collect this information in the correct fashion, if we don't collect the forensic information in the correct fashion, we're not going to have the information we need to make, to basically make a criminal case against the assailant. There's also testing having to do with certain drugs, which often comes up where the patient comes to the hospital and they're concerned that they were drugged. There are certain tests that are available to us commercially, especially alcohol. We can measure and quantitate how much alcohol is consumed by a patient. We can do certain testing in the urine to detect the presence of certain drugs, such as cocaine, amphetamines, benzodiazepines. But many drugs that are used by criminals to poison patients and to take advantage of them, including GHB, are not part of the commercial toxicology screen. They have incredible nuances to them in terms of how good they are, how accurate they are, they're not clinically available. And so often patients get very dissatisfied because they want to know what they were poisoned with. Was it a roofie? Was it GHB? And we're not able to often tell them exactly what is in their system. Medically speaking, most of the drugs that are used to poison patients so that in the setting of an assault are drugs that the body metabolizes. Medically, we just need to support the patient and make sure they don't have any complications. And that's what happens in the hospital when we observe patients, run labs on them, provide them with hydration and certain medications to treat their symptoms. And so if there's any specific questions about drugs abuse, I'm happy to take that as well.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Dr. Tarbati, for being here. I know that the hospital is filled with COVID-19 patients, and we really, really appreciate you being here to talk with us this evening. I have a few questions, Dr. Tarbati. How does a nurse, first responder, or medical personnel determine if a person was assaulted? And obviously, if someone comes in and says, I was raped or sexually assaulted, not those people, but the people that come in that maybe look like they had a lot to drink. It's hard to tell, obviously, if they were also drugged, they may have blacked out. And a second question to that is, do victims of GHB, to your knowledge, experience memory loss? Because in that case, it would make it even harder to assess, I would assume, what's going on. So how does your staff determine if a person is assaulted if they don't actually say it themselves? And there's not a violent, I mean, there's no bruises and visible bruises and such.
Thank you for that question. In the absence of somebody reporting a concern, in the absence of any physical injury that we could see when we examine patients, we are not going to be able to know whether an assault occurred definitively or not. And when a patient presents, for example, they've been at a club, they're sick, they're vomiting, they come to the hospital, technically we can't really examine them without their consent. And we can't really examine patients until they're sober enough to give us consent to examine, sensitive parts. We have to protect their privacy. So that the issues around protecting patients' privacy and allowing them to tell us basically is a scenario where we're going to miss some patients who may leave the hospital, but then the next morning they may feel things. They may notice certain things in their clothing, or they may notice certain secretions that they wonder what happened. And so leaving the hospital, we may not capture all of these cases. And that's where, as I was listening to some of the conversation, I agree. I think if this is an ongoing issue in the community, the way we're hearing it is, then an educational campaign becomes really important so that anybody who's a victim, whether it's at the night of what happened or the next day, understands what to do so that they can both get the medical attention they need, but as important, to preserve the evidence so that forensic information can be obtained. For example, if a patient takes a shower and takes off their clothing and they change everything, often the evidence is lost. There's certain things that that even in the forensic environment cannot be collected. So it's a sensitive issue because you also can't advertise this type of thing because it's a very sensitive conversation. But I do believe that at an absolute minimum, letting the community know that they have any concern over assault, what to do at that point, becomes really important so that we make sure they get the care they need.
Thank you. And with respect to the drug test, I just want to, the testing for GHB, I just want to really understand, make sure I'm understanding correctly. What you were saying is that there's no way to medically test for the presence of GHB or other date rape drugs at all?
So there are some date rape drugs that do test positive in a tox screen. The tox screen doesn't tell us how much is in their system. It just says there's a particular, medication, a benzodiazepine, for example. The characteristics of GHB, because it's a substance that is metabolized extremely rapidly from the body, is one that doesn't lend itself to testing that's readily available. There are some laboratories that do certain urine testing, but the urine testing has limitations. And in general, interpreting the tests and the presence and their absence becomes really a toxicological challenge. It's not as straightforward as alcohol, where we have lab capabilities to measure how much alcohol is in the patient at one point in time. GHB and how it's metabolized in the body, how rapidly it comes off and it comes out, poses significant, challenges. And so most hospitals cannot actually test for that. And interpreting it becomes a challenge. For example, if we did a test that said you didn't have something, but you actually did, our test just wasn't accurate, it sets up sort of a concern on the back end as well. So testing has certain sensitivity and specificity, accuracy in detecting its presence, and definitively saying that it doesn't exist. And for GHB and some other tests, the commercial availability of that technology isn't there. And it's not available to us at this time.
So then you would do an alcohol. If someone comes in, they look like they're drunk, or that it's obvious they've had a lot of drinking, you would do an alcohol measurement test, right, to check for alcohol toxicity, but not anything for GHB because of the issues with testing. Okay.
And it's very dissatisfying. I'll be very straightforward with you. I'll be very dissatisfying because many patients who are poisoned with GHB are poisoned because the assailant puts it in their alcoholic drink. So they have alcohol levels that clearly explain their degree of sedation or intoxication, but they certainly may have been poisoned on top of it. And we won't be able to say definitively whether that occurred or not.
Do you know if the mix of GHB and alcohol changes the test results for alcohol at all?
It doesn't, no.
Okay. And the Santa Monica Rape Treatment Center also doesn't have this capability of testing for GHB? Do we know?
Not as far as I know.
Okay. Do you know how long? So some of the drugs could come up in a toxicology report, but it's just
Right.
not, okay. So,
and interpreting those is challenging. Let's say somebody has marijuana in their drug screen. What does that mean? Some people may have amphetamines in their drug screen. Without knowing exactly how that got into their system, it's difficult for us to interpret whether that was something that the patient consumed as part of recreation, or whether it was something they were poisoned with.
okay. Is horse tranquilizer something that would come up on a tox screen?
Horse tranquilizer, you're thinking ketamine?
Yes.
Ketamine is not part of the routine toxicology panel, no.
And how long does GHB take to metabolize in the system? Does it have to do with weight, height, kind of like alcohol, or is there a certain?
GHB is incredibly fastly metabolized. depending on how much is consumed, usually wears off within an hour or two. It's very short lasting in terms of its impact.
Okay. What's the, okay, I'm gonna move forward to some other questions. How long does it take to process someone who is admitted to the ER? Maybe Brian could average.
You process them in terms of assessing them for possible assault or just seeing
Yes.
them?
So if a person that was in West Hollywood nightlife is brought in, they were found unconscious and they're rushed to Cedars, how long does that process on average take until they're admitted and they're seen by someone? I guess it would depend on how busy the hospital
Depends
is.
on how
but-
busy. Usually if the paramedics are called and the patient is brought in by paramedic ambulance, they're seen right away. The patient is placed in one of our treatment areas, and we take advantage of every last nook and space that we have to try to get patients seen right away. A nurse assesses them, a physician assesses them, and then they stay in the ER for as many hours as it takes to finish their testing or to get them stabilized. And if they're under the influence of drugs, it could be all night, or they would be staying there until they're sober.
And if you have reason to believe that they were assaulted, but then a social worker is called, I think that's what you mentioned, and then the social worker contacts the sheriff's department?
That's correct.
Do we know how long, what the response time typically is from the sheriff's department?
It tends to be fairly quick. They usually respond within an hour or two, and they come and take a report. We have police officers in the ER all the time. We're a trauma center, so they come to get reports for injuries and all sorts of things. So they come in and out. They come in and out of the ER pretty frequently and pretty often.
Thank you. And I had asked this, I just want to ask this publicly again. Is there trans care training for the Cedars staff?
We do have some training in terms, as you know, we're a center of trans care. We're involved with a lot of medical care having to do with trans patients, especially a lot of surgical care. I'm told that we do more surgeries at Cedars than any other hospital in the country. And in the emergency department, our nursing staff receives training on some of their individual needs. And we have the specialty services if they have specific medical needs, for us to consult for their care as well. And
if somebody does, if there isn't if there's an observation that someone was sexually assaulted, does Cedars offer PEP, PrEP, or Plan B, or does that something that Santa Monica Rape Treatment Center would offer?
So if a patient wishes to file a report, the patient is interested and willing to have a formal assessment, we would have that the post-exposure prophylaxis initiated at Santa Monica Rape Treatment Center. Many patients don't want it. Many patients really, for all kinds of reasons, decline it altogether. And there's all kinds of social dynamics to these incidences. So if a patient doesn't want it, then we go ahead and initiate that treatment. Some of it may require some testing for STDs, and then a lot of it has to do with post-exposure prophylactic care, which for bacterial infections for STDs is fairly simple. It's a shot and some pills. For post-exposure prophylaxis for HIV, that's a little bit more complicated. That requires a 28-day treatment with antiviral therapy. We have a 3-day starter kit that we give patients, so we start them on it. And then we transition the patients to one of the multiple environments in the community that will follow the patients, because the testing we did needs follow-up, and often testing for something like HIV, that's not going to show up right away, in terms of a potential exposure. That patient's going to need follow-up. So we'll refer the patient to community clinics to have that assessment and follow-up.
Thank you. Those are my questions right now.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Horvath?
Thank you so much, Mayor. Hi, Dr. Turbati. It's nice to see you again. Thank you for the counsel you've offered to our city hall and our community, not just on this subject, but on many others. I know you've helped us with scooters and with, in addition to being of service during this time of emergency. So thank you for your leadership, and thank you to the entire Cedars team. I know dealing with this subject, as you mentioned, is very sensitive, and I know that Cedars takes these issues very seriously. Tonight, we have an item before us that will give the council opportunity to provide additional direction in addition to learning what the current procedures are, so we can improve upon that. I know that Cedars has always been and will continue to be a willing partner to help us serve to that end. So I just wanted to thank you for being here with us tonight, and I'm sure our staff will be following up with the appropriate contacts at Cedars to make sure that as we are refining and improving our process, that we can include you in that so we're able to offer even better service and care to our community members who need it most. So thank you very much for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
Do any of my colleagues have any other questions? Councilmember D'Amico?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I just want to, Dr. Turbati, we haven't met, but it's a pleasure to see you and listen to you and Mr. Croft as well. And I guess I just want to repeat what was said. I heard you say that sort of recreating a rape treatment center of any size at the Cedars location is sort of outside of the bounds of what is practical, given the cost and the concern and the maybe limitations of space or staffing or whatever sets of reasons you might have had. Also, I'm on the other side of this. I work closely with the Rape Treatment Center for years, and I don't understand that they have any lack of capacity for serving the county. I know one of the speakers earlier today mentioned that, perhaps as many as 30 people, women, I would guess mostly, are sexually assaulted in West Hollywood or in some way related to West Hollywood. But I don't have the sense that working with your partner, the Rape Treatment Center at the UCLA Santa Monica Hospital, should change dramatically in order to better serve the community of our community or the community generally. I just wanted to repeat that back because that's what I heard, and we could certainly have our own opinions about how long it should take and who should be where and how people should be assisted, and we can certainly help with that. But sort of recreating an entirely new center, it doesn't sound like that's something that Cedars-Sinai wants to take on for whatever sets of reasons, both those you said and those you might not have said.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct, Mr. D'Amico. The volume of patients, thankfully, that are sexually assaulted, proportional to how many patients we see about 90,000 patients a year, and perhaps, maybe 100 or so, maybe 200 may present to the ER for these concerns. Our ability to gain that expertise would require recreating another rape treatment center, the equivalent of. And we tried, actually, when I first came to Cedars 20 years ago, we were doing them. And the DA would yell at us continuously saying, based on your ineptness in doing this rape kit correctly, the assailant got away. So I understand that there's passion for Cedars to have a one-stop shop, but I want to temper that passion with the fact that a rape kit, not just a medical evaluation. We can do a medical evaluation and provide follow-up and post-exposure prophylaxis. We can do that really well. But when it comes to a forensic assessment and doing a rape kit correctly, maintaining chain of evidence so that the DA can prosecute the assailant, we kept messing up. Not because we were trying to, but it just wasn't something we had because you have to be perfect when it comes to taking evidence into the law. You mess up one step of the way, you don't cross your T one step, the whole thing gets thrown in, out of court. And we don't want that. I mean, if somebody goes through the process of bringing a complaint, putting themselves through an exam, going to court, bringing up charges against an assailant, you don't want the evidence to be thrown away because it wasn't done right. So this needs to be done very, very correctly. And in my mind, this sort of, doing these rape kits and taking care of this complex patient population that needs not just the rape kit, but a lot of follow-up care is not too dissimilar to what we do with burns. For example, if a patient suffers burns, they'll bring them to the hospital immediately. We'll stabilize them and assess them, but they have specialty needs. So in the county, there's specialty centers that do just burn care, Grossman, for example. And so we'll refer those patients to those burn centers where they have the expertise to take care of them. We could take care of 99% of anything that walks through the door, but there's a couple of things that we don't do as well as other experts in the county. And the rape kits and burns are the two things that we don't do as well as others, and we want to make sure it gets done right. And that's why I do believe that it's not in the best interest of the city or the county to try to recreate it. From my understanding and talking to folks at Santa Monica, they're a regional center. They recruit patients from all across the county, and they're amazing. They're open 24/7. I mean, if a family member were to call me and say, Sam, I'm concerned I was assaulted, I wouldn't tell them to go to the ER. I would say, go to Santa Monica Rape Treatment Center. 24/7, call them. They'll see you right away. That way, the patient goes directly where they need to go to get exactly what they need, especially if they want to collect forensic information, especially if we want to find out, who sexually assaulted them so that we can bring up, appropriate criminal charges.
Thank you, Dr. Turbati. I really appreciate your candid responses. And I assume that if you think of anything that we as a city could be doing better, you'll let us know. And I heard you loud and clear about education and awareness. And those are things that obviously we're pretty good at doing. So we'll look at that. Thank you very much for being here. If nobody else has any other comments or questions, I think I'll give this back to our city manager. And thank you again, Mr. Croft, for being here as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Appreciate your time. Thank you, everybody. Have a great evening.
Thank you. So I will now turn it back over to Councilmember Erickson, and sorry again to have to cut you off earlier, but I know you had a few more comments. Do you want to continue?
Oh yeah, I just had my final directions for staff. To piggyback off of what Mayor Pro Tem Shine said, it would be great to get an audit. I know that word's triggering, but a way in which we could look at lighting along city streets. In some of the conversations I've been having through a lot of the emails we've been getting, neighbors are mentioning that their streets are poorly lit or areas need to be trimmed a little bit more. And I know the city has a very complex process for how they get all that and take care of it appropriately, but perhaps we could maybe get a look back from our amazing public works team on streets that need to be better well lit, and especially the San Vicente, Santa Monica area. I know that was a tragic accident, and I know I'm following the updates hopefully on that victim, and I hope she is okay. Additionally, Another thing I've talked about when residents have been emailing us lately, nevertheless, is a slower streets. I know with new state laws, we can utilize them to lower the speed on many of our streets. I know it's a longer process, but some of our streets along Sunset, Fountain, and Santa Monica are freeways. I want to thank many people who have helped with the Fountain Avenue improvements, but people zip by pretty quickly there. And I know that was a problem over in the mayor's neck of the woods on San Vicente with some of the stuff that was going on previously. So it'd be great to see how we could get a comprehensive street slowing so our neighbors and community members can feel safer. And then I personally followed what was going on with our Jewish community members in Texas over the weekend. And I'm so glad that every member of the temple was safe. They were letting someone in because they thought he was experiencing homelessness. So that tells you about the care and compassion our members of our community have for so many people all over the world. But it would be great if Danny and Kristen could connect with the congregation Kolami to make sure that they are aware of everything that they should be, hyper vigilant on. I know they are very careful and they do everything, but I want to make sure that they know of all the resources available to our Jewish community members, especially given increases in anti-Semitism and some hate-based related incidents. And I want to make sure that our Jewish community knows our city is standing with them. And then also, you can pick up a Joe Biden care kit, vaccine kit. Go online, order yours. I ordered some for my mom today, order some for my sisters as well, because it's important because they didn't do it because they don't know these things. Thanks to Danny Roman for letting me know, but also if you want to get them shipped right to your house. So if you need kits, go and get them. So thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you. City Manager, did you have some additional words for us? And also, was there something that John Leonard was supposed to respond to, or am I?
I don't think, not at this time.
Okay.
There's not. So we will follow up on the direction that was provided. I know there was a number of things. A lot of it was for engineering division that is still a little light as we're recruiting the manager position. So just bear with us in timing wise, but we will look at the crosswalk at Santa Monica and San Vicente and the LPR cameras, in addition to the city street lights and the slowing down the traffic on the streets or speeding on the streets. So all of those things and anything I missed, we'll do as well, and bring those items back, in addition to the subcommittee on the moratorium item from the residential moratorium. So we'll bring that back as well. Regarding the parking, the 5-story parking structure at West Hollywood Park, we did move 2 ADA parking spaces from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor near the bridge. So going to the library and the new aquatics and recreation center, it does provide ADA spaces right near that bridge for a lot easier access. So that has been completed, and thank you to Mayor Pro Tem Shine for requesting that. There were 2 animal vaccination clinics at Plummer Park on December 18th and January 8th. A total of 100 animals were provided services, and staff is looking at an additional vaccination clinic in April. Danny did talk about the illegal testing pop-ups that were popping up around town. You can go to LA County for LA County approved COVID-19 testing resources. Those are available on the city's website at www.weho.org/coronavirus. It includes the COVID-19 testing center at Plummer Park, as well as the testing center at the West Hollywood Sheriff Station. And residents of LA County can request take the test for at home, the take-home test. And then just lastly, we are continuing to monitor the steep surge of COVID-19 cases in the region related to Omicron variant. During the past 2 weeks, LA County public health data has shown very high numbers of new COVID cases and a high positivity rate. And we're now seeing high number of hospitalizations. We're doing everything to protect the health and safety of the community and staff. for the past few weeks, we have been back to just having virtual meetings and not having in-person meetings at City Hall. We will continue that through the end of this month, returning back to in-person meetings on January 30th, and that week, the first week of February. The staff continues to be engaged and available to assist community members, similar to what we did successfully during the first 16 months of the pandemic before we opened to the public in July. So please just visit the WeHo.org website /appointments to make appointments, or you can call the city number directly, the main line at 323-848-6400. And we will be back to in-person meetings on January 31st again. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Now we will move to the fiscal impact on the consent calendar with the addition of items 5B, C, and D, and the removal of item 2U. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, with those changes to the consent calendar, the expenditures on for the fiscal impact are $794,964 in expenditures, $0 in revenue, and $2,050 in waived fees.
Great, thank you very much. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Okay, who was that? Was that Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, and
Councilmember
Second by Councilmember D'Amico. Okay. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Aye, noting my abstention. Thank you.
Correct. Noting the abstention of Mayor Meister on item 5C, which was moved to consent. Thank you.
Okay, very good. I think we are now ready for our first public hearing of the evening. And guess what? It's only 7:53. We will now hear item 3A, amending the development. Oh, that's not it. 3A, hang on. My script is, bear with me. I've been looking forward to this all night. All right. For some reason, I cannot move these papers. Okay, an ordinance of the City of West Hollywood amending the West Hollywood Municipal Code to prohibit food facilities from providing non-compostable, single-use foodware accessory items to consumers, determining the ordinance to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and amending the Code Enforcement Administrative Citation Fee Schedule. The public hearing is now open, and staff, do we have a staff report?
Yes, Mayor, we do. And thank you, and good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Shine, and members of the City Council. I'm Danny Rivas, Acting Director of Public Works for the City of West Hollywood. Also joining on this item is Jackie Rocco, our Deputy City Manager, as well as Paige Portward, who is an Associate Planner in the Planning and Development Services Department. This item is concerning an ordinance that would amend the West Hollywood Municipal Code to prohibit food facilities from providing non-compostable single-use foodware accessory items to consumers, and amending the master fee resolution to add violations of the new chapter to the administrative citation fee schedule. So I'm going to turn it over to Paige Portwood, who's going to provide a staff presentation.
Great, and before they do, Madam City Clerk, can you tell us how this item was noticed?
This item was noticed as required by law.
Thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you, Danny. Good evening, City Council and Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Paige Portwood with the Long Range Planning Division. We wanted to provide a little background on this item. It's been pending for a little bit. So in 2019, the City Council at the time directed staff to draft an ordinance to require food facilities to distribute plastic utensils and straws only upon the request of customers. Staff returned to City Council with a proposed ordinance in August 2021, and the item was tabled due to pending state law. In October 2021, the City Council initiated a new directive for staff to draft an ordinance to ban plastic foodware products citywide. In the same month, pending state law, Assembly Bill 1276 was signed into law, which requires any single-use foodware accessory and standard condiment to be distributed only upon request by a customer. Fast forward to today, where we are sharing our research findings and presenting our recommendations for this item, informed by our research efforts. Staff met with 3 sectors of the foodware industry, including vendors, cities with similar ordinances, and the West Hollywood business community. We also held additional outreach meetings with relative organizations. Specifically, outreach to our local businesses consisted of a city-hosted meeting, 2 mailers, and most recently, code enforcement officers have been visiting businesses which may be impacted by this ordinance. Staff would also like to thank the Chamber of Commerce for allowing us to present at 3 of their meetings throughout the fall. Key themes that emerged in the discussion with vendors were that most of their products are manufactured internationally, which has been impacted by the recent supply chain delays. Prices for their items are often offered at significantly higher market rate costs compared to plastic items. Half of the vendors sell only through distributors. And lastly, there are still gaps in technology, which limits certain compostable items to be manufactured or readily available at this time. This includes items such as hot beverage cups and lids. Staff also met with cities for another perspective who implemented similar ordinances, and the themes that emerged from these meetings were enforcement efforts are done on a complaint basis, and due to the pandemic, those enforcement efforts have been put on a pause since 2020. We have also found that 2 of the cities, Berkeley and Culver City, implemented their ordinances with a phased approach. While Malibu did not use a phased approach, they did suggest that they may recommend this to other cities looking to implement an ordinance in the future. During the discussions at our business outreach meetings, the businesses expressed that a majority oppose expanding on state law AB 1276. They stated reasons such as cost, lack of availability, but we also heard that businesses want to establish green practices, and a majority of the businesses felt that state law AB 1276 is sufficient and appropriate for the current times. In addition to our discussion outreach, we also developed a survey, which we have amended attachment C of our staff report to include the raw data. It is also now available online for the public to view. The results showed that many of the participants that we surveyed were a part of the restaurant industry and or had more than 30 employees. Also, much of the survey results reflected the verbal feedback we received from the outreach meetings, such as a majority opposed prohibiting plastic foodware altogether. A majority still did not support a phased implementation approach. However, a higher percentage of respondents comparatively did agree with state law, and almost half of the respondents reported they already distribute plastic alternative or compostable foodware items at their establishment. The survey revealed that businesses felt accessibility to alternative plastic foodware items was the greatest obstacle with complying with the ordinance, followed by cost. Finally, the businesses in the bottom 2 bar graphs show that they would prefer a year or longer for the ordinance to go into effect, or that time allotted between each phase. To get to the contents of the proposed ordinance, it would foremost prohibit food facilities from providing single-use, non-compostable foodware accessory items. And these items include utensils, cups, condiment cups, straws, stirrers, splash sticks, cocktail sticks, containers, lids, and bowls, and proposes to do this in a phased approach, which we'll go into further detail in the next slide. The proposed ordinance also sets compostability standards for which foodware accessories must comply and outlines cases for exemptions and establishes enforcement standards. Circling back to the phase implementation approach, this phase approach takes into consideration the effective date of state law, which is June 1st, 2022. A year after state law, phase 1 of the proposed local ordinance would go into effect on June 1st, 2023, which would prohibit franchise food facilities with more than 500 employees in the US to provide non-compostable single-use foodware accessories to consumers. Phase 2 of our proposed local ordinance would go into effect on June 1st, 2024, and that would prohibit all food facilities, including businesses with less than 500 employees, from providing non-compostable single-use foodware accessories to consumers. The idea behind this phased approach is that it foremost gives time between each phase to allow businesses to adapt and adjust to each policy. And it allows staff to develop and push out education and outreach materials, as well as enforcement efforts for the policies as they evolve. This proposal additionally tries to align with the feedback that we heard from all of our outreach efforts with the vendors, cities, and the businesses. Finally, to reiterate the recommendations of the staff report, here are our recommendations, which the first two are pretty standard: introduce and adopt the first reading of this ordinance and the corresponding resolution to amend the fee schedule for citations. Notably, the third would direct city staff to evaluate supply chain concerns within 90 days of the compliance dates reflected in the ordinance and return to City Council should any adjustments are needed. And the fourth recommendation is to work collaboratively with the communications department to utilize all appropriate platforms, tools for promotional and educational efforts. This concludes our presentation, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you very much. I know that we have some people waiting to give public comment. Do my colleagues have any questions that they'd like to ask before public comment? Looks like no, so we'll move to public comment.
I have a question really quick. There is a public outreach that's going to be done. Is that going to include education for the public as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and Madam City Clerk, if we can hear from public.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker this evening is Barbara Hensley. Barbara, if you would like, you may turn on your camera and unmute yourself, and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment on this item.
Good evening. I'm not on camera. This is Barbara Hensley. I am the volunteer chair of the Central Group of the Angeles chapter of the Sierra Club, and I am so delighted to be here tonight in support of this ordinance. And I wanted to let you know, I don't know if you've had a chance to see it, but we did submit a letter along with several other organizations, Surfrider, Oceana, Unite Here 11, in support of the ordinance. And I want to thank, in particular, Mayor Pro Tem Seppi Shine and Council Member Erickson for all the work they've done on this. And I also want to thank the staff who did an amazing job on their report, and really a stroke of genius. I think they've done something that no other city has done, in the sense that they went to the end user, so to speak, of of the plasticware or the single-use item, and went to your trash hauler in Athens and said, what can we do? How do we make this work with you? And Athens developed the criteria for use, that BPI certified compostable items that can go to their facility and be composted. And that's something that we were really in support of. The one thing that we would ask of it, we would like to see the implementation dates moved up if at all possible. And I understand there are supply chain issues, but I have a couple responses to that. And one is that the staff did a great job of looking at the supply chain issues with regard to compostable items. But we all know that supply chain issues are ubiquitous. And so I have a strong feeling that supply chain issues may also affect the single-use plastic items as well. So I would like that to be considered. And I just want to thank you all again for all you're doing for the environment. So appreciative.
Thank you, Barbara. Our next speaker this evening is Genevieve Morrill. Genevieve, if you would like, you may turn on your camera, unmute yourself, and you will have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Genevieve Morrill, Madam Mayor and council members, Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO for the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. I want to thank the council for allowing us the 90 days for outreach to our business community and gather research on this proposed ordinance and its impact to our small business community. We appreciate the staff's efforts, especially Danny Rivas and Jackie Rocco, Page, and the team. They've given a great description of the business community's feedback and concerns. The West High business community is a very democratically left community, and they support and believe in the critical issue of the planet and helping to be green. We support the approach from staff in recommendation of the timeline, but we have concerns about the feasibility of purely biodegradable products by even 2023. To not allow compostable products seems unreasonable. Many of our businesses have already transitioned to these green products, but not an unachievable future goal. This is a very achievable goal, and we want to help get to that. As you heard, we're in a dire global supply chain problem. They are not readily available nor cost effective yet. Please consider not only a phased in timeline, but also phased in products and conditions. We're in a real crisis right now for our small business community. We really need your help. Labor, supplies, costs, back rent, COVID, Omicron, vax mandates, PPE revised restrictions. These businesses are not billion-dollar corporations. They are small, locally owned, family and independent operated businesses. This is not fake news. This is not hyperbole. This is not political. This is human lives and the survival of our unique boutique business community. Phase in more time than the staff recommends. Phase in products and situations to help us. Coffee shops, harder to get items, and more expensive large-scale events, nonprofit centers, 12-step meetings, houses of worship, etc. Don't look at this as a global level, but at a local one. Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve. Our next speaker this evening is Paul Lewis. Paul, if you would like, you may, I see you're unmuted. You will have 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Paul Lewis. Thanks for having me tonight. I'm the volunteer vice chair of the Angeles Chapter Sustainability Committee with the Sierra Club, speaking in support of the ordinance. We're very excited to see this today. I'd like to thank Mayor Pro Tem Shine and the council member John Erickson, along with your staff, for leading this effort on the ordinance. And second, what Barbara said, thank you for modifying the language from non-marine degradable to BPI certified compostable. We believe that's going to be an extremely positive change. While protecting the planet and the beauty we all enjoy from it is always important, this ordinance is critical at this time because it's been amplified by the pandemic. Consumption of single-use plastics has increased 250 to 300% since the pandemic began, resulting in 33% increase in waste, which is attributed primarily to PPE, packaging, and disposable foodware. Similar ordinances have been passed in California cities such as Culver City, Malibu, and Santa Monica, where I currently reside, proving that this is a completely feasible undertaking. Since none of these other ordinances have had such a long phase-in period, we're respectfully encouraging the City Council to amend the proposed ordinance to begin with the actual implementation on January 1st, 2023. I'd like to again thank the Mayor Pro Tem, the council members and staff for the consideration, the research, the work that went into this to outreach the community. We greatly appreciate it, and we're looking forward to the support in this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Our next speaker is Raj Patel. Raj, if you would like, I see that you're unmuted. If you want to turn your camera on, you may, and you will have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Raj Patel, and I am a volunteer with the Sierra Club Angeles chapter and the co-chair of this chapter sustainability committee. Tonight, I am speaking in support of item number 3A. And as Paul and Barbara, I'd like to thank Mayor Pro Tem Seppi Shine and Councilmember John Erickson for introducing this ordinance, and especially the staff for doing wonderful work with the research, the stakeholder outreach, and everything else that went into creating the report. I think we all know by now all the damaging aspects of plastic, so I won't get into that, but I will ask you if this makes any sense to you. Why are we still using a material that's made to last forever to produce something that is designed to be thrown away after a single use? A forever material being used for single-use items, it's insanity. We should not be, it's time to get rid of the single-use plastics. So passing of this ordinance is only the tip of the plastic iceberg. It will help reduce the amount of plastic entering the waste stream, our landfills, and our bodies. And while we fully support the ordinance, we do encourage the council to consider shortening the first implementation date for large businesses to January 1st, 2023. These large businesses have the means to make quicker adjustments as they already have in neighboring cities. And furthermore, the city staff will be reevaluating the supply chain within 90 days of implementation in the case it needs to be changed again. Additionally, we do hope that in the future, the city will require reusable foodware for dine-in as recommended by the city's waste hauler Athens, as well as the Sierra Club. And this too has been implemented in other cities such as Culver City and Berkeley. West Hollywood has always been at the forefront of sustainability issues, from prohibiting the polystyrene food packaging back in 1990 and removing plastic bags from grocery store checkout lines in 2012. Passing this ordinance would continue to solidify West Hollywood's role as a leader in environmental stewardship.
Thank you, Raj. Our next speaker is Danielle Wilson. Danielle, if you would like, you may turn on your camera and unmute yourself, and you will have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is Danielle Wilson with Unite Here Local 11. We want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Shine and Councilman Erickson for bringing this item forward, and we strongly stand with our allies at the Sierra Club, Surfrider, and other environmental organizations on this issue. As representatives of low-wage service workers, it is our members who are most impacted by plastic trash in lower-income communities and by lower air quality caused by the extractive industries required for plastics manufacturing. I'm so glad we'll be doing our part in West Hollywood. We think this proposal is prudent, extremely reasonable, and thorough, and we encourage the council to consider the timeline for implementation proposed by the Sierra Club, which is also very, very reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Our next speaker is Zach Lloyd. Zach, please unmute yourself and you will have 2 minutes.
Hi, everybody. My name is Zach Lloyd. I'm a volunteer with the Angeles chapter and sustainability committee here with the Sierra Club. Again, echoing the support that we've already put forward for item 3A. And again, I think if we've made it clear at this point, but I'd like to once again thank Mayor Pro Tem Seppi Shine and Councilmember John Erickson for introducing this ordinance. As we've all mentioned already, most single-use foodware items cannot be recycled. They simply add to the plastic pollution crisis that is cluttering up our streets, parks, rivers, beaches, oceans, and already overfilled landfills. This ordinance, while it would be implemented in phases, which will allow businesses and manufacturers and waste management services like Athens the appropriate time to adjust to new practices and demands. However, we would like to see that long phase-in period amended to begin on January 1st of 2023, rather than 17 months from now. We feel like that timeline is, for the large businesses in West Hollywood, reasonable and hopefully enactable. So thank you, everybody, and thank you again, Mayor Pro Tem Shine and Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you, Zach. Our next speaker is Marquita Thomas. Marquita, you may unmute yourself, and if you would like, turn on your camera. I see you, and you will have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Meister and council members. My name is Marquita Thomas. I'm
pleased to currently serve on the West Hollywood Planning Commission, and professionally, I am the Executive Director of the Los Angeles LGBTQ Chamber of Commerce. I'm calling tonight to share my opinion on item 3A as a 26-year resident of West Hollywood. Addressing plastic waste is absolutely imperative, and West Hollywood has led the nation in doing so. That's really something to be proud of. At the same time, environmental policies are only effective if they are practical. West Hollywood's hospitality businesses are coping with COVID in ways that are affecting them like we've never seen before. One thing Omicron has taught us is we really don't know if we're at the start, middle, or end of this pandemic. We're gonna learn the answer to that together. Businesses are coping with higher costs for their goods, supply chain disruptions, employees that are unavailable to work, and higher wages. City staff calls for delaying implementation of a single-use foodware accessory ban for 1 year for businesses with at least 500 employees and 2 years for all other hospitality businesses. That's a good recommendation, but I would double it to 2 years for large businesses and 4 years for all others. The level of disruption our local businesses are dealing with is unprecedented in our lifetimes. Please allow them the time to adjust and prepare while also accomplishing the environmental goal at hand. Also, regarding items on consent, I would like to commend the city for the work it's doing around municipal broadband, Black History Month.
Excuse me, Marquita, I'm sorry. Since this is a public hearing, we need to keep the testimony to the item. The public hearing is, so if you have other comments, we can do it under the second public comment period.
Perfectly fine. Thank you so much. I'd just like you to please consider these disruptions that businesses are encountering right now and consider lengthening the amount of time to implement this. Thank you.
Thank you, Marquita. Our next speaker is Zakia Wright. Zakia, you may unmute yourself and turn on your camera if you would like, and you will have 2 minutes.
Good evening, City Council. I'm overjoyed to see the city expand on what the state law required. This is the prime example of our city seizing an opportunity to do more than it is required to do our part to make the planet a better place for future generations. I also appreciate the city phasing in these requirements. Our businesses, especially our small businesses, are still reeling from this pandemic, so it is incumbent on the city to hear the real needs and concerns of our businesses and meet them where they are. I would love to see the city do more to address the larger scale problems affecting our environment. Large companies are causing major destruction to our environment through air pollutants, water pollutants, and polluting our supply of fresh water. Our city should use its ingenuity to find ways to hold these larger corporations accountable. There's only so much we as consumers and our small businesses can do. The burden shouldn't be placed solely on us. Let's go after the major polluters. Again, I'm thankful and excited about this item, but I hope we continue to push the envelope and do more. Thank you.
Thank you, Zakia. Mayor, those are the only individuals I have signed up on my list. However, since it is a public hearing, I do want to ask if there's anyone in the meeting who wishes to speak on item 3A.
Please do.
Please unmute yourself or use the raise hand feature if you're in the app. Okay, I don't see anyone. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And now I'll ask my colleagues if anyone has any questions. Does anyone have any questions for staff? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yeah, I have a few questions. One is, can staff again reiterate the difference between the large businesses with the implementation date as it currently is in June of 2023 versus all other businesses, which would be June 2024? That's one question. And then the next question is what exactly you're going to be doing 90 days before these dates. And the third question, might as well get them all out there, is do the businesses have a opportunity if they just can't comply with a compliance date to get a waiver? And if you can explain what that exactly is.
Yeah, so I'll jump in first and then Danny or Jackie can add on as Lauren as well. So the first phase would prohibit non-compostable single-use foodware accessories for franchise food service businesses, and that includes those with 500 employees or more in the US. Phase 2 would prohibit all food facilities, including those with less than 500 employees, from providing non-compostable single-use foodware accessories to consumers. So that's the difference for, I guess, yeah.
Is it just for franchises or it includes franchises across the US?
We stipulated just franchises.
I think actually, may I clarify? I think the definition says a food facility that employs more than 500 employees in the United States, regardless of where those employees are employed, and all franchisees associated with a franchisor or a network of franchisees that employ more than 500 employees. I think it was intended to cover larger businesses that have larger purchasing power and larger ability to maybe store reserves of these materials. And so that's what the distinction was intended to cover.
Thank you.
Danny, did you want to answer the other questions that Mayor Pro Tem had?
Exemption.
Yes. So yeah, absolutely. So yeah, in terms of the exemption, yes, it is built into the ordinance that it would provide businesses to go through an application and review process, and if approved, then they would be exempt from complying with the ordinance for a period of 1 year. So there is that capability. And then in terms of the other question regarding what exactly it is that staff's going to be doing within that 90-day period, we're going to be reaching back out to the 9 vendors that we had met with and getting a sense, because those are the folks that we heard from directly that did attest to the fact that there were supply chain issues and in terms of what types of products. So, maybe they're experiencing a certain item that's mentioned and covered on the single-use foodware accessory item, right, as opposed to another. Maybe one is more accessible than the other. And so we're going to be weighing all that out. And then if need be, coming back to the city council with our recommendation.
Okay, any other questions for staff? Okay, anyone want to start a deliberation? I'm going to close the public hearing. Anyone want to make a motion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I first of all, thank you to staff for all of the outreach you did to the businesses. I think we have a great ordinance with, I have a couple of amendments. One is with regard to some of the definitions, the statewide definitions that have become more standardized recently, as we see in the model foodware and packaging reduction ordinance for city, county, or state government released by the state and Ocean Protection Council statewide microplastic strategy. Standardized definitions would help to avoid confusion with chain restaurants in multiple cities. This is the revision for the definition that I would propose, which would be in line with the state model, which is that foodware means any product used for serving or consuming prepared food and includes, but is not limited to, cups, bowls, plates, trays, cartons, boxes, wrappers, or liners, hinged or lidded containers, parentheses, clamshells, comma, and other items used as part of food or beverage service or in which prepared food is placed or packaged on a prepared food provider's premises. And then foodware accessory means any type of accessory or accompanying items usually provided alongside prepared food in plates, containers, bowls, or cups, including but not limited to utensils, chopsticks, napkins, cup lids, cup sleeves, food or beverage trays, condiment packets and saucers, straws, stirrers, splash sticks, spill plugs, cocktail sticks, and toothpicks. So with these definitions that would be in line with the state's model, it would make sense to replace all instances of foodware accessories with foodware and food accessories. That is a part of my motion to change those definitions to align with the state, so we have congruency, as well as I'm interested in that shortened compliance period for the big businesses to January 2023. I do think that would really cover our big businesses, given that it's 500 or more employees. What comes to mind is probably the Starbucks and some of the bigger grocery chains. I don't believe any of our smaller restaurants would fall under this. 500 is a lot of employees, as well as the ability for these bigger businesses to really, what Jackie Rocco was saying, our deputy city manager, be able to store equipment. And I think the 90 days that staff will come back, if these big businesses still have a lot of supply chain issues, we can deal with that appropriately. So that's my motion, to shorten the time compliance just for the big businesses, not all the other ones, to January 2023, and to amend those definitions.
I just have a quick question. Danny Rivas or Jackie, do we have any sense of how many businesses that will affect in the city?
Mayor, we don't. That's going to be something that we're definitely going to be working on upon adoption. We certainly have a list of those businesses in totality that would be impacted by this, but then narrowing down which businesses in terms of 500 plus employees is something we're going to be working on as a part of our outreach effort.
Okay, Councilmember Erickson.
I was going to second the motion for our discussion.
Okay, do we have any other comments? Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to first of all share that I was contacted by members of the Sierra Club and did meet with them in advance of this public hearing, so wanted to disclose that for purposes of the record. I'm grateful to have Sierra Club as a partner on this item for our city, and as well as all of the partners who wrote in providing comment. And I'm glad that our staff conducted the outreach that was done to be able to gather the information that helped to inform how we write the staff report. I remember when I first became a council member, and I love being able to say sentences like that so long ago, visiting the MRFing facility at Athens and learning about what their process is, and just the impact it had on me to see the amount of trash that comes in, not just once a day, but many times a day, over and over and over again. And, we learn really cute phrases in school about reduce, reuse, recycle, and we say them in our community, but seeing it actually in practice and what the impact is when we don't do that first are reduce, and the second one, reuse. And I think I'm glad to know that Athens was part of this conversation and had informed how we will be implementing this policy. I'm supportive of the changes that were recommended by my colleague, not only because of the size of businesses, because they can also impact the supply chain by the amount of demand that they will be able to yield, not only in our city, but when they are part of some of those larger chains, they make those changes throughout because it's just easier to order more. And I hope that we can see, whether it's the chamber or another organization, maybe even help to facilitate purchase orders for businesses on an even broader scale, if that makes sense. As for large national corporations, perhaps like a Starbucks, perhaps not. But as all of our businesses are coming online to this policy, it would be great if we could work towards helping businesses lower the cost of what it will take to implement new goods in the supply chain, or support businesses' ability to eliminate that altogether by thinking about how we're actually consuming deliveries. As was mentioned in the comments, now that we have all been consuming products by a delivery system, there's so much more trash. I see it in my own building. I know we're seeing it in the community. And, I think every time something is ordered and something is delivered, what comes with it. And there are so many things that are delivered to me that I don't ask for that have just become commonplace. We really need to establish that practice. So I think implementing a start date at the beginning of next year. We know that other communities that have implemented this, even during COVID, Culver City passed their policy last year, implemented January 1st this year. Many of them are starting with an education, with education as enforcement before issuing a citation. And I hope that we adopt that policy as well to help educate and transition people to this new policy. But the longer we wait, the worse it is for our planet. And I hope that we can all find ways to say yes to implementing this much needed policy, not through practices of punishment. And I hear the businesses loud and clear. We're not doing this as a form of punishment. We're doing this because it's better for all of us. And we want to help you find a cost-effective way to yes. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. Sounds like some direction for John Leonard there. Danny, just a quick question for you before you, I know you want to say something. Is the waiver available to any business that is having financial issues that cannot do this immediately, when the timing comes?
Yes, absolutely. It will be open to all businesses.
Okay. All right. And you're going to say something.
Yeah, I did just want to make mention as I was taking notes on what Mayor Pro Tem Shine had read in regarding the definitions. And as I'm looking at the ordinance, I certainly noticed that our single-use foodware accessory definition is reflected throughout our ordinance. So by even adding those two in, those are not, of course, reflected throughout the other ordinance, subsections. So what I would suggest and recommend is I was listing the items that were mentioned in the definitions that Mayor Pro Tem Shine mentioned, is just adding those to the list under the existing single-use foodware accessory definition that exists there. I notated at least 8 different items that weren't termed. So by simply adding those into our existing definition, that would cover the intent, I think, is what is meant to be done by including those definitions. So I certainly wanted to recommend that if we could. And then in terms of changing the date, if that is the will of City Council, we can certainly just remove the May 31st, 2023 date and replace that with a December 31st, 2022 date. Which would allow that subsection to take effect January 1st of 2023. So I'll defer to Lauren Langer if you think that it would be appropriate for me to kind of read that into the record, or maybe look at the list as I, make some changes and revisions to those subsections.
Yes, I think we could take the easier change first, and I agree that to change the date in 1576-030A, we would change May 31, 2023 to say after December 31, 2022. And then Danny, your suggestion, because we use the term single-use foodware accessory or single-use foodware accessories throughout the ordinance, that we could add to definition F the list of the 8 items that aren't currently in the definition, and then they'll be including the same items as the model ordinance. They'll just be listed in a different order.
Correct.
Does that work for the council?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, Danny, do you want to, so what we could do is we could do F5 of single-use foodware accessory definition, if you can list in the 8 items that aren't included, and those changes will be read into the record, and you can introduce the ordinance tonight.
Absolutely. So the items to be included under F5 of 15.76.020 would include, give me a second here to just get my list. That would include plates, napkins, cup lids, cup sleeves, food or beverage trays, condiment packets and saucers, spill plugs, and toothpicks. The rest of the items that are actually reflected in the definition that Mayor Pro Tem Shine had mentioned are already included in the existing list, so those would be captured. And then the second change to Lauren Langer's point would be under section 15.76.030, subsection A, and we would be changing out the May 31st, 2023 date with December 31st, 2022.
Okay, Lauren, we're there then? You have what you need? Okay, great.
Yes, we do. And
yeah,
I was just going to ask. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say I really didn't get a chance to comment, so I do want to be able to say that I too would like to disclose Zoom conversation with members of the Sierra Club and correspondence, obviously, from various interested parties. And I also want to thank staff for an incredibly thorough report and how much I appreciate the outreach that you did, really following all of our direction regarding, talking to vendors, talking to our businesses, and talking to people we didn't even think of, like Athens. So really appreciate that, and great job on that staff report. I see Councilmember Erickson's hand is up.
Yes, Mayor, I was going to follow your suit and just disclose that I also did meet for the record with members of the Sierra Club as well.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
I want to also disclose that I met with members of the Sierra Club.
Okay, next time I won't forget to ask about disclosures. Councilmember D'Amico, any disclosures? No, okay. And Councilmember Horvath?
I just also wanted to offer, I do know that the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce, when Santa Monica considered the initial policy, their initial policy did support the city council's efforts. And so perhaps maybe speaking with Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce or businesses might be helpful to understand why it was important to businesses to make that change and how they have been implementing it, how they've been helping their businesses implement it, just to offer another source. Since I'm giving direction, I just thought I'd try to offer some help in where that direction might be able to take you. So thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. Councilmember D'Amico, did you have something you wanted to add?
Nope.
Okay, all right. So we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. I think we can have a roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I do roll call, I do want to read the title of the ordinance into the record. Tonight, the City Council is approving an ordinance of the City of West Hollywood, amending the West Hollywood Municipal Code to add Chapter 15.76, non-compostable single-use foodware accessory items prohibited, to prohibit food facilities from providing non-compostable single-use foodware accessory items to consumers, and determining the ordinance to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And with that, I will take a roll call. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers and staff. And it is 8:40. Why don't we take a 15-minute break? Be back at 8:55 for our second public hearing. Thank you. Okay, looks like we are back and everyone is here. We'll now hear public hearing item 3B, appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the demolition of an existing 2-story commercial building to construct a 3-story, 11-unit multifamily development over subterranean parking located at 8760 Shoreham Drive, West Hollywood, California, including a finding that the project is exempt from CEQA under A Class 32 categorical exemption for infill development projects. The public hearing is now open. Are there any disclosures from council members? Do we have disclosures? Yes, Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you, Mayor. I spoke with residents in the neighborhood who support the appellant as well as the appellant himself. I did not speak with his legal representative. He contacted me on his own without legal representation. I was contacted also by phone by the applicant himself directly to advise me of the timing of the project, of the hearing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, I went to the, sorry, I just took a bite of something. I went to the location. I spoke to residents in the neighborhood, including the appellant, Barry Scott, as well as the developer of the project as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I spoke with the appellant a while ago. I think it was end of October, before the original appeal was going to be heard, and have driven by the site. Anybody else? That's it? Okay, great. All right. Madam City Clerk, how is this hearing noticed?
It was noticed as required by law.
Okay, will the staff representative please introduce yourself and present the staff report?
Good evening, Mayor Meister. Good evening, Council. Just give me one moment to share my screen, please. Okay. Is it sharing?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Alkire. I'm the planning manager for the Current and Historic Preservation Planning Division. And this item before you is an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve a 3-story, 11-unit multifamily apartment building located at 8760 Shoreham Drive. The project was first reviewed by the Planning Commission in July of 2020 and was continued so that the applicant could revise the design so that it complied with the maximum average unit size. So it came back to the Planning Commission in July of 2021 and then was approved on a 5-0 vote. A timely appeal was then filed and a city council hearing was set for the appeal, and it was scheduled for November 1st, 2021. But prior to that meeting, staff received additional information from the appellant, including a note that there was a typo in the mailed notice and other information. And the hearing was then continued and renoticed completely for tonight's meeting of January 18th, 2022. The project, like I mentioned, is a 3-story, 11-unit multifamily apartment building with a mezzanine level and a roof deck. It has 1 level of subterranean parking, and the Planning Commission approval included a 10% modification for parking stall length for 5 of the parking stalls, as well as a finding that there was exemplary design, and I'll explain that in more detail later, waiving a 6-foot additional step back above the first floor in the front of the building. The project, I'm sorry, I think I went too far here. The project qualifies as a housing development project under the Housing Accountability Act. In other words, there have to be specific findings made to deny the project. Staff has worked with the city's urban designer and has determined that this project is, as I mentioned, of exemplary design. The design of the project is quite unique and has an almost turn-of-the-century Paris quality to it, but with a contemporary interpretation. Overall, the project has an elegant, well-composed, and unusual combination of design composition, massing, and the use of materials. And The urban designer found that it would be counterproductive and compromise the unique design to recede the upper floor 6 feet. Therefore, the Planning Commission found it worthy of an exemplary design status and waived the requirement for an additional 6-foot step back above the first floor. The project was also approved under the green building point system with a total exceeding the 60 minimum green building points with a total of 90 points. Under the green building ordinance that was in place when the project was deemed complete, 90 points qualified it as a high achieving green building project, and an incentive was applied, allowing the applicant to divide 1,000 square feet of required common open space and add it to the private open space areas. The green building points matrix can be found in the attachments to the staff report. It's included as attachment 15, which is the plan set, and it's page A020. And this will be a total matrix showing all of the green building points that would be achieved under this design. Sometimes those points change slightly during plan check, but they are verified again prior to building permit issuance to make sure that it still complies with a 90-point threshold. Some of the components, not all, but some of the components include narrow floor plates, which allow cross ventilation, exterior shading, durable finishes, and water efficient fixtures. The existing conditions on the site include, it's about a 9,912 square foot lot. It's zoned R4A, which is high density residential multifamily. The other properties around it are also zoned R4A, and it's currently developed with a 2-story commercial building that was converted from a residential duplex back in 1983, and that will be completely demolished under this proposal. So now I'm going to go through the assertions of the appeal and the arguments made by the appellant and briefly provide staff's response to those assertions. Obviously, we'll be here to answer any questions or go into any more details if there's something that that we need to flesh out a little bit more for you. So the first assertion is that the appellant made is that there was no evidence in the record to support the fact that the building is not eligible for historic status pursuant to CEQA. This would, if it was eligible for status, it would exempt it from the exemption. It would accept it from the exemption. So in fact, this property was evaluated in 1992 when it was nominated for designation. And at that time, the city denied designation, finding that it was not an outstanding example of architectural style, nor did it exhibit exceptional level of workmanship, and it was not identified with a significant person in the motion picture industry. And then it was evaluated again in 2018. Given the amount of time that had passed since that 1992 nomination, a historic resource assessment was required with the application. So that was provided with the staff report as attachment 7. It found that the property was not eligible for designation for largely the same reasons as the 1992 denial. And then just wanted to note that the actress Ida Lupino was brought up, and while she may have lived at the site, there is some oral testimony that says that she may have lived at the site. No written documentation has been found to support the claim. And furthermore, no evidence has been found to link her to the property during her productive period, which is critical to tying a historic property to a person. They have to be there during their productive period, and that that site needs to be representative of their contribution to the industry. And the 2018 assessment was also peer reviewed by the city's on-call consultant, Chattel Inc., who agreed with the findings. The next one is that the appellant asserts that many of the residents within the 500-foot mailing notification radius did not receive mailed notices. And to this, I would just staff response that we work closely with certified professionals who create the mailing lists, create the notices, and provide the notices to the post office for mailing. We do everything we can to make sure that the notices reach their intended recipients. I'm tongue-tying myself. However, once those pieces of mail go to the Postal Service, we don't have control over that. We have cross-checked the lists. We have tried to make sure that everybody is on the lists. We've checked our radius maps and things like that. And over the years, we've worked really hard to make sure our notices are visible and user-friendly. We've employed a design that uses color, uses pictures and plain language. We really want to describe the project in words that community members can readily understand and decide if they want to attend the hearing. And that was something that was before this council just a few years back, where we changed the size and shape and layout of our mailed notices to make sure that they don't go unnoticed. And finally, I'll add that we understand that the Postal Service is not always perfect. And so we've built in redundancy to the noticing as well, providing required a 3x4 foot posted notices on the site, also in color, also with pictures to be noticeable. And this site, actually, because it's a corner property, had 2 of those notices, one on Sherborne and one on Shoreham. And here's an example. There's this picture of the posted notice, and here's the example of the radius mailing. Oh, and these areas marked out of city, people, they're still on our mailing list, even if they're not in the city of West Hollywood. All right, the next assertion is that the maximum allowable density is unreasonable and excessive, as the additional number of vehicles associated with the project's tenants and guests will cause unsafe local neighborhood congestion and negatively impact the public convenience, health, interest, safety, or general welfare of the persons residing or working in the neighborhood pursuant to the municipal code. And that section that's cited on the slide is the findings for the development permit. And to this, we respond that the project is providing housing, and housing is very important, that on-site parking is being provided for the residents, that like many or almost all of our residential multifamily projects, no residential parking permits will be granted to occupants, whether they're lessees, renters, or owners of the project. We also restrict construction worker parking. They may not park on streets in the city of West Hollywood. And this was considered by the Planning Commission, and it was found not to be detrimental to the public convenience, health, interest, safety, or general welfare of persons residing in the neighborhood. The next assertion is that the Planning Commission improperly exempted the project from CEQA under Section 15332, which is the infill residential, or the infill exemptions, residential infill exemption, excuse me, of the CEQA guidelines, because substantial evidence was not provided to show that the project was consistent with all applicable general plan policies. It would not result in any significant effects relating to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality, and that it can be adequately served with water during the construction phase and the project's useful life. To this, the response is that it was found to be consistent with the general plan and the zoning ordinance, and that is included in the staff report, in the context of traffic, air, noise, water quality, and cultural resources. Regarding cumulative impacts, the project would not result in similar projects in the same place and of the same type, since the neighborhood in the surrounding area of the project is entirely built out. This is a typical residential apartment built project, and there's nothing unusual about this project that would cause it to have cumulative impacts. There are no projects in the immediate vicinity that are being constructed at the same time and in the same place where there would be a cumulative impact for traffic, air quality, or noise. The next is that the Planning Commission improperly approved the design of the residential balconies in violation of minimum setback requirements under the Municipal Code Section 1920-150, which is projections set into yards, so setback projections. Hang on one sec. Excuse me. So this one is a little more complicated. So that was the original assertion, and then in the later correspondence, they also made an assertion sort of related to that the private open space for Unit 203 does not meet the definition of a balcony, because it is technically, while it is above grade, it is technically on the first floor of the building, and the balcony definition specifies upper levels. So we concede that point, that particular open space area may not meet the definition of a balcony, but it can meet the definition of a deck. And as such, it is allowed to project into yards, just not quite as far as a balcony. So it would need to be a minimum of 60 inches from the property line, and it is designed at 48 inches from the property line. So it's 12 inches too close to the property line as designed currently. So noting this, staff is recommending to add condition 8.8, which is in the draft resolution, requiring that the deck complies with the Municipal Code Section 1920-150 for a minimum setback of 60 inches from the property line. Now that said, aside from that first floor deck issue, balconies and related structures that are necessary to support the balconies are architectural projections that are allowed to extend to the required setbacks up to 24 inches in the side yard with a minimum distance from the property line of 36 inches. The Planning Commission discussed this matter at length during its hearing and agreed with staff's assessment that the support structure of a balcony is integral to the whole. It's part of the balcony, and as such, it is allowed to project in the same way as the balcony itself. It's not. There's no distinction made between the balcony deck portion or railing or any of that and the support structures in the code. So that is the response to that one. Next, we have the development includes the removal of existing mature large canopy trees that are environmentally useful and aesthetically appealing, and the project's minimum building setbacks and placement of structural members and hardscape into the setback areas seriously impair Green Point's design. To this, the staff response is that first, land use decisions often include competing city priorities and interests. In this case, the Planning Commission approved the removal of the trees to facilitate the provision of much needed new housing. The project is in compliance with the municipal code. We're in terms of landscaping requirements for residential uses and removal of mature trees. And the Planning Commission agreed with this determination when it approved the project. 4 existing ficus trees are on the property and they're mature, but they're growing into power lines. They will be removed and replaced with 9 new trees. So it is a net increase of trees on the property. The trees will be 36-inch box trees, which is a fairly large planting size and will help to speed up the replacement of the more mature foliage on the site. And that, just noting that the excavation of the land is required to build the subterranean features, the parking, the storage, the mechanical equipment on the site that allow the housing to be developed. So another assertion regarding CEQA concerns not being adequately studied. The construction of the proposed development poses significant health risks related to noise and air quality. City of West Hollywood nor the developer will adequately monitor and enforce construction practices related to the use of city streets in proximity to the building site or regulate and enforce construction practices which may have adverse health effects on the neighborhood. So the response to this is that staff has analyzed this project pursuant to CEQA, determined it to be exempt under Class 32 infill exemption. Every construction project approved by the city is required to follow a strict construction management plan and practices, which are included in Section 5 of the conditions of approval. These are implied to ensure that any potential impacts to the neighborhood typically associated with construction are mitigated or lessened as much as possible. There are multiple conditions to help lessen these construction concerns. In Section 5, 5.7 requires air quality management district requirements to be met, including dust control. Construction management plan guides the construction of the project to minimize impacts to the neighborhood and environment. And the appellant has not provided any substantial evidence to support the assertion of significant construction noise impacts or any extraordinary circumstances that would support that the project is outside of the city's permitted development under the general plan. Next, that there's an assertion that the enclosed parking is unsafe as designed, and that this fact was discussed in the Planning Commission meeting. The revised parking layout was approved as presented on July 16th, 2021, after discussion at the Planning Commission and a modification of parking stall length. There's been no evidence provided to support the assertion that the parking is unsafe. Okay, and now we get into the information that was provided subsequently in November, and I'll respond to those points in that letter as well. The project, so the appellant argues that the project has significantly changed since it was deemed complete in 2018 with respect to total floor area. Here we note that, yeah, it changed slightly. It changed about 5.3% of the total. which doesn't constitute a major change. We don't have a threshold in the municipal code, but the state law sets out a threshold of 20% project alteration to where it's not considered the same project, and that is in the Housing Crisis Act of 2019. So taking that as sort of a benchmark for what would constitute a major project change, this is not a considerable change. The appellant also argued that there's no substantiation and explanation for the conclusion in the staff report that the project earns 90 green building points or how it earns them. And I would just confirm that the project green building points matrix is provided in attachment 15. It is in the full plan set on page 8020 of the proposed plans. And that, again, this is verified prior to building permit. Next, they argue that the Class 32 CEQA exemption for infill and development projects does not meet all conditions to qualify for the exemption. This argument was addressed with assertion 4 that also dealt with the infill exemption, and it is extensively discussed in the staff report. The project does meet all of the requirements set forth for the Class 32 infill exemption. The appellant argues that the project significantly changed. Did I go backwards? I did. Sorry. We don't need to say things again. Okay. The size of the balconies and decks visible from showroom will be able to accommodate noisy parties. Therefore, it doesn't respect the welfare of the persons residing or working in the neighborhood. To this, there's been no evidence provided that to support the finding that there will be abnormally noisy parties, or that the size of the balcony would promote that. And section 9.08.050 prohibited noises in the municipal code specifically addresses loud parties and gatherings as a prohibited noise. So if anyone has an issue with that type of disruption, they can call code compliance. The removal of 4 large mature ficus trees and 1 Canary Island pine is uncalled for. Again, we've discussed the removal of the existing trees and the replacement of a net increase of 5 trees. Public noticing was inadequate as several residents did not receive mailed notices. I went through what we do to try to ensure that everyone receives the notice and is able to read and understand the notice, and it doesn't look like junk mail. We do everything we possibly can. So, but they did also argue that an extra number was accidentally included in the beginning of the address number for the November 1st notice, which was true, and that is why we renoticed the entire hearing to correct that typographical error. All right, the CEQA determination. They argue that the CEQA determination was made prior to the public hearing. That is untrue. The Planning Commission made the CEQA finding when it adopted the Planning Commission resolution. So that is false. The City Council agenda provides that the City Council will be considering the appeal, and the determination of that project is exempt under CEQA and the approval of the project. So the Planning Commission made that finding in July, and then on appeal, this City Council will make that finding again tonight, if that is the determination of the council. So in conclusion, staff finds that the appeal didn't provide new evidence of errors that identified inaccurate or unsupported findings or conditions that would justify overturning the Planning Commission's approval. There were certain things that, for instance, the deck on the first floor can be adjusted, but that wouldn't justify not approving 11 residential units at this time. The project was thoroughly reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission and is consistent with all applicable objective development standards. It provides 11 new units to the city's housing stock. It's well designed, complementary to the neighborhood, and incorporates sustainable design principles, and it qualifies as a housing development project under the Housing Accountability Act. So therefore, staff recommends denial of the appeal and conditional approval of the development project. And I am here for questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. Unless there are some burning questions from my colleagues, I'd like to go to the appellant or the representative to see if they want to address the city council, and they would have a maximum of 5 minutes for presentation. Are we okay with that? Okay. So somebody's on, okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, honorable council members. My name is Frank Angel, and I represent the two homeowners associations which have appealed the decision of the Planning Commission before you. I think it's important to point out that the HOAs do not object to the redevelopment of the property at 8760 Shoreham Drive for 11 residential dwelling units. They do, however, strongly object to the destruction of the 3 mature ficus trees in the subject property's front yard bordering on Shoreham Drive, the visually intrusive balconies along Shoreham Drive on the corner, specifically of Shoreham Drive and Sherburne Drive, and the project's volumetric massing. The HOAs request that the City Council condition approval of the project on preservation of the 3 ficus trees and elimination of the balconies along Shoreham Drive and on the corner of Shoreham and Sherburne Drives. They also request that the council condition project approval on at least a 10-year deed restriction to prevent early subdivision of the property into what would otherwise be very pricey condominium units. If an enhanced development buffer from the ficus trees is necessary to preserve the trees, the council should order a reduction of the project's volumetric mass to widen the buffer. However, this can be accomplished by reducing the footprint closest to Shoreham Drive. And importantly, that reduction of volumetric mass by reducing the footprint closest to Shoreham Drive and pulling it a little bit further south does not need to translate into reduced density. An increase of the development setback from the ficus trees is feasible without reducing the number of dwelling units by reducing the square footage of some or all of the dwelling units as the project applicant may choose. And thus, should increasing the development buffer from the ficus trees be needed to preserve the trees, increasing the development buffer need not lower the 11-unit density. And so this council's decision will not run afoul of the Housing Accountability Act and the limits that the Act places on local government's discretion to lower housing development's proposed density. As far as the other argument about the trees was made that they could interfere with the power lines, I think that we all know can be easily taken care of by tree trimming, regular tree trimming. And the final argument that it would take place of the mechanical room storage, and that was all that was pointed out in November, and storage room area, we're talking about a little over 1,000 square foot. I am sure that can be redesigned, the project can be redesigned to find space for the mechanical room and storage area, which the storage areas are only 100 square feet per unit. So as you see, our demands are very modest. However, they do strike a reasonable compromise between the interests of hundreds of local residents and the project applicant. They would maintain intact the 11-unit density proposed by the applicant, while somewhat reducing the square footage of some or all of the 11 units if that is necessary to preserve the ficus trees. And while then preventing the irretrievable loss of trees that have matured over decades, long before the city incorporated, along with protecting the many benefits these trees and their canopies provide, particularly in this era of acute climate change and of a climate emergency. Shade, cooling, ever more important as climate change-induced extreme urban heat waves are predicted to increase in intensity, in frequency, and in duration. Noise buffering, air quality, aesthetics, and privacy. These benefits are anything but insignificant, considering the project's location in a very densely populated urban area, 1 block north of busy Sunset Strip, an area severely impacted by significant air pollution generated by fine particles, nitrogen oxides, and volatile organic compounds emissions. These are all ozone precursors. As for the deed restriction we request, the developer already doesn't provide low-income units because he's escaping the new ordinance that was enacted in 2018. But that, therefore, at a minimum, a deed restriction that would at least require that the units remain rental units would assure a modicum of housing affordability. Paying market rent, unaffordable to low-income tenants already, is still within reach of more people in search of housing than purchasing a high-end condominium. I leave it at that. The rest I refer to our written comments, but I'm obviously available if any council member has any questions. Thank you very much.
Mr. Angel, does anyone have any questions at this time? Okay, we're going to move on then. Does the applicant or their representative wish to address the City Council? If so, you will have a maximum of 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Hey, good evening, Nikki Carlson, the Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Nikki Carlson, Alston and Berg representing the applicant. Staff has done such a wonderful presentation tonight. There's not much for me to say, so I'll keep it brief. You know, in the midst of looking at so many multifamily residential buildings, sometimes a truly memorable, one comes along, really, and this is one of those buildings. It's a striking design, a Parisian feel, cast iron decks, laser cut railings, the narrow, tall windows and other design features create that elegant design, right? Truly exemplary. Again, 1,000 thanks to staff for their staff report and the presentation tonight. That report and the presentation provide countless reasons to reject this appeal, right? Appellants filed a late letter this afternoon using more words to make the same claims, none of which has any merit, particularly given the Housing Accountability Act. So basically, really, the appellants accused the city of making conclusions without evidence, and a little hard to believe with a 37-page staff report and the presentation that you've just heard tonight, right? Staff provided substantial evidence analyzing and responding to each and every of the claims. Staff dispensed with most of the arguments. Again, I'll just review them briefly. Appellants claim there's no explanation for the project's exemplary design status. However, the staff report, again, goes through, has a whole section on urban design. You heard more about it tonight. Staff report summarizes the design review subcommittee. And of course, there are the plans themselves. Take one look. Really, it's a stunning, stunning building. Appellants claim that there's no explanation for the building's green points. Again, staff report went through, explained the whole green points process, and summarizes the various measures that are detailed in the plans. Appellants claim that the infill exemption under CEQA cannot be relied upon because there are cumulative impacts, but provide no evidence of this, right? And of course, they misinterpret this CEQA exemption, right? They kind of require and act as if you need to prepare an EIR analysis to determine that you can rely on an exemption. CEQA does not really require such absurd results. And appellants also object to the steel beam support structures for the balconies as architectural projections. Again, as noted by staff, planning commission, staff considered this so carefully. It's all detailed in the staff report, and the applicant followed this, in the city's direction to a T. With respect to the removal of the ficus trees, again, the applicant is following city code for the removal of the trees and has a robust landscaping plan, right? It's going to improve the aesthetics of the neighborhood in a way that doesn't conflict with power lines and sidewalks, right? And again, it's worth mentioning that appellant continues to ignore the Housing Accountability Act and its imperatives for the approval of housing projects. Appellants demand in this so-called reasonable compromise, they want to impose various subjective ad hoc requirements, remove the balconies, right? Preserve a third or a quarter of the property for ficus trees, impose a deed restriction. None of these requirements are in the city code and would be improper subjective requirements under the Housing Accountability Act. this project would be a wonderful addition to the city, providing sorely needed housing to help alleviate the housing crisis, right? We urge the council to reject this appeal, allow the project to proceed. Thank you. And we do have an applicant's team here. I'm here. We have the architect on hand, applicant, to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson, do you have a question?
I have a question for staff. Thanks so much, Mayor. Sorry, I'm trying to find you, Jennifer and John, in my Zoom box world. My understanding is ficus trees are the most invasive and water-consuming trees, if I'm not mistaken. Can you confirm or deny? I mean, from my time at the Planning Commission, I always knew that those were trees that were quite grandiose in terms of what we're looking at, and being replaced by environmentally different trees seems to be beneficial, but could you highlight that a little bit more?
I'm definitely not a tree expert, but I can't confirm the water usage of ficus, but I know that they're very invasive in terms of their root structure. I know that many places are systematically removing them from street tree locations and things like that. And I believe that these are also growing into the power lines above them, which poses also other issues that that could eventually result in them needing to be substantially cut back or removed.
Thanks. My last question is I was looking over the code and where it was, and I know they're not taking incentives because they're paying the in lieu fee, but technically per our code, this building could be much more denser and bigger if they were to build it if they were to just build it right to code, it could be a lot bigger, a lot denser, and all the things that they could provide, correct?
That's true. They could request a density bonus, have several more units on the site at the same maximum average unit size, and they could request an additional floor and other concessions and incentives.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Mayor, those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now receive comment from any people in the audience who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the City Council for a maximum of 2 minutes. If you did not sign up to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature to indicate that you wish to speak. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker for this public hearing is Whitney Springer. Whitney, you may turn on your camera or unmute yourself, and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment. You see that she's in the meeting, so Whitney, please press *6. Okay, she left the meeting. I guess she's having issues. I will move to our next person, which is Deborah Callahan. Deborah, please press *6, and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment.
Yes, hi, this is Deborah Callahan. I am part of the Sunset Plaza HOA, and I would just like to offer my support and encouragement for the request, which I think is pretty reasonable for the modifications that were requested. We'll still have the 11 units, and I think it can be done in a way in which the environment of the area is fully protected. So I know that the applicant has really designed a beautiful building, and I will give them that. And I know change is very, very difficult, but I would hope that they would take the spirit of what the requests for change are, with keeping the area with the aesthetics of the building, and make it it will still be a beautiful building, and it will just be much more appropriate for the neighborhood. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Our next speaker is Sue Buckner. Sue, you may press *6 or turn on your camera, and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this public hearing.
I'm off mute. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Good evening, Mayor Meister and council members. I'm I was on the Planning Commission, and I'm disclosed that at the time this was actually approved. I was not a participant in either the design review or the Council Planning Commission meetings on this item because I was within 500 feet of the project. But now I'm just a normal member of the neighborhood, and I just wanted to voice my opinion that this particular building is just too big and the setbacks are just not sufficient for this neighborhood. It's like a canyon here, and it would be very, very damaging for this building as it's built. I would ask that you consider some of the modifications that the appellants have requested, because the massing and setbacks just don't work in this particular neighborhood. They're just too close to the street with the balconies and so forth. Also, I don't believe that this particular I did not receive notice as a homeowner in the neighborhood during those times. So we were having trouble with noticing. So just to make a record on that, nobody in our building got notice at all. We only had 15 people living in our building, and not one person got notice as was appropriate. I believe that also during the street cleaning, when they're going to be building the building, there's no way that an emergency vehicle could get through here if there's any vehicles parked on the street. It's so narrow as it is that people cannot get through.
So
Yeah.
I apologize. Your 2 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Whitney, has re-entered the meeting. So Whitney, if you would like to provide comment, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello, hi, this is Whitney Springer at 8770 Shoreham Drive. I'd like to be on notice that nobody in my building has received notice for this meeting. I've lived there since 1982. I've had multiple conversations with Jennifer Alkire about this project. I just called in, and just as I click *6, I get disconnected. Jennifer's admitted to not calling me back regarding planning commission meetings. There's been no opportunity for the public to get the information about the meetings. Look at the sign at the location of the building. It gives the time as 6:30. Most of us are getting home late. We don't know exactly, what's going on because we're not being given adequate opportunity to understand how this building is being put in. Everyone's talked about how crowded that street is. I live right on Shoreham Drive, right next to where the building is going to be. It's impossible to find parking. It's impossible to get through when there's delivery trucks there. And you guys want to add an 11-unit building. That 11-unit building is now going on a piece of property that's half the size of 8770 Shoreham Drive, half the size of the property, the same amount of units. You guys are squeezing everybody in there, and it's been demonstrated that the parking is insufficient in the building. So now we're just creating more and more traffic in the area, more and more pollution, and look at what's happening right across the street. You guys are saying there's no competing projects going on. At the Mickelfish Law Firm, the city commission allowed them to add a huge amount of office space with no parking. And it's happening everywhere in the community. It's this endless development. You guys, we need to stop the process of pushing these things through to appease developers. That project has sat there for 20 years. No one has developed that for 20 years. And now all of a sudden, everything's happening in the middle of the night.
Thank you, Whitney. Our next speaker is Barry Scott. Barry, if you would like, you may unmute yourself and turn on your camera, and you will have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Meister, council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before you. I'll attempt to be concise as possible. Many of the essential concerns you have heard from our council So there will be overlap. But what we're primarily concerned about is firstly the overall bulk of the building at approximately 18,600 square feet, which completely overwhelmed the modest size of the land, measuring only 9,900 square feet. The visual diagram that council members received within the updated staff report dated January 18th on page 2 is in fact erroneous. The site does not include the self-contained building at the southern bottom portion of that diagram. Mass and height of the new building as planned, with minimal setbacks, 4 stories in places, and significant encroachments into setbacks, will unquestionably diminish the natural light entering onto both Sherborne Drive and Shoreham Drive. Additionally, the push to get these building square footages created other ill effects, such as the removal of the mature trees at the northern boundary. The destruction and removal of these mature ficus trees, which species has been well documented to provide environmental benefits such as shade and the removal of particulate matter within the air, cannot adequately be compensated for by the potted trees which the design plan calls for. I would like to remind council members, as they've heard before, that we are only 1 block from Sunset Boulevard, which is a major automotive thoroughfare constituting significant challenges to air quality. Finally, if I can speak no more, I'll stop.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Scott. The opportunity was when we called the appellant to speak. However, I recognize that you were in the meeting and wanted to provide additional public comment, so we allowed you that opportunity. So given that, I'm going to ask if the applicant would also like to speak for 2 minutes, or if they are just deferring to Nikki Carlson.
Yeah, I will answer any questions or further address the council as needed.
Thank you, Nikki. I appreciate it. Thank you. Mayor, currently those are the only individuals I have signed up to speak. So at this time, given this is a public hearing, if there is anyone in the meeting who wishes to speak on the public hearing appealing the Planning Commission's decision for 8760 Shoreham, please use the raise hand feature or press *6 to unmute yourself. Okay, I don't see anyone, Mayor.
Okay, and do we now go, oh, I'm sorry.
I was going to wait until you called on me for comment.
Okay, I think we need rebuttal testimony.
Oh, that's exactly right. Sorry.
That's okay. So does the appellant wish to make any further comments for rebuttal? You would have 2 minutes maximum.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I want to make one brief rebuttal point. It has been alleged by staff and by opposing counsel that we have not produced evidence of our objections on the grounds that the secret exemption doesn't apply. Well, first of all, the burden is on the city to substantiate with substantial evidence that the project is exempt from secret. The city has not provided that evidence. If you read the staff report, there is no evidence for that. Secondly, just to take the example of the cumulative impacts, we have produced evidence. The slide presentation of staff stated that there are no cumulative impacts since the neighborhood surrounding the project is quote unquote entirely built up. We have produced evidence that that's not the case. Yes, it is built out, but there is demolition and major projects going on. The Viper Room, DEIR, we're talking about a 15-story project that is being constructed. Construction is slated to start in September 2022. Then there is the Art Club at 8920 Sunset. There's 2 on Larrabee. There's 123 unit development that construction has started several months ago last year on La Cienega. These are all producing concurrent air quality emissions that create significant cumulative impacts. And to say that there are no cumulative impacts is just not only not substantiated, but we have actually produced the evidence. We have provided links that disprove that. I could get into the other points, but I refer to my comment letter. I mean, the balconies, clearly the steel beams are structures, and it's not disputed that they encroach up to 4 feet into the front yard setback. There's no question about that.
Thank you, Mr. Angel.
They're not permitted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, would the applicant wish to make any rebuttal to make any comments?
Yes, please. I'll be very brief. Thank you so much. Hold on, get my start my video. There we go. Thank you. Just on the CEQA exemption, in terms of the cumulative impacts, I'm quoting CEQA right now, CEQA guidelines, all exemptions for these classes are inapplicable when the cumulative impact of successive projects of the same type in the same place over time is significant. So when staff says the entire area is built out, it means there are no other projects in that area of the same type in the same place. With respect to the size of this particular building, 3 stories, right, 11 units, compared to the compatibility of the neighborhood, there's a 12-story or more building about 2 buildings down. There's areas filled with 3- and 4-story buildings. It is perfectly compatible with the area. Again, this is truly, in terms of the evidence that the city has supplied with respect to the environmental issues, the city has looked and evaluated EIRs it's done for years, right? It's very familiar with the CEQA process and understands whether or not the environmental effects of a project of this size would have any effects, and included that information in the staff report. It's all there. Thank you again. Please reject this appeal.
Thank you. Now, do my colleagues have any additional questions they would like to ask of staff? Councilmember Horvath?
I wanted to make sure I read correctly in the report that the building is currently in a commercial use, and it is now, this would return it to residential use. Is that right?
That's correct. There was a duplex, and in 1993, it was converted to a commercial building. It's a very small caveat in our residential zoning district in the R4, just for this specific area, that it could convert with a CUP to commercial, and it did that in the 90s, and it hasn't been residential since.
Okay, I just wanted that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember D'Amico?
Yes, I'd like to close the public hearing and deny the appeal, and
I will second that motion.
Okay, do we have any other comments? Seeing no hands, I think we are ready for a roll call. I'll just make the comment that, to be honest, I don't find this appeal to be compelling. The project could be much bigger had it been submitted before or after the timeline that it was submitted. And I think that I think there are a lot of neighborhoods would be happy with this project versus what could be built. So go ahead, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember D'Amico.
yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Just a quick question, sorry, but we will be adding that condition at 8.8, Jennifer?
Yeah, I think that's already in the draft resolution.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone. We will now move on to item 4A, which is update on sexual assault reporting and response procedures, which we started during the city manager's report, and now we will continue with our Public Safety Director, Kristen Cook.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to edit our presentation a little bit since Dr. Torbati covered a lot of issues earlier. Good evening, everyone. I'm Kristen Cook, Public Safety Director for the City of West Hollywood. With me this evening are also Lieutenant Bill Mulder and Captain Ed Ramirez. We'd like to express our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Torbati and his entire team for their assistance every day in the ER, and especially for attending tonight, considering how busy they are with a very full hospital. While sexual assault is an underreported crime, we want everyone to know that your public safety first responders and medical personnel are here for you and able to assist you in the event that an assault occurs. We encourage victims to report all incidents, and a victim can either come to West Hollywood Station to make a report or call the station and have a deputy respond to your home or location in West Hollywood. If people have concerns reporting, sheriff's personnel will work with you to create an environment in which you feel comfortable. Earlier, Dr. Torbati covered how patients are treated and stabilized in the hospital, how his staff notifies the appropriate law enforcement agency and then refers patients to the Santa Monica Rape Treatment Center. I'll add that victims can also request a female deputy if preferred. A Special Victims Bureau detective conducts the follow-up investigation, can offer ongoing assistance regarding the case, files the actual case with the district attorney's office, and accompanies the victim through the court process. Finally, I'd like to say tonight that your public safety personnel are working to first prevent these crimes from ever happening in the first place. The West Hollywood Sheriff Station has an entertainment policing team that is responsible for safety and security in West Hollywood, including nightlife. One of the objectives of the EPT team is preventing sexual assault and drugging prevention by communicating with club management, coordinating on security, and addressing other nightlife safety issues, especially regarding assault or drugging incidents. Prevention and identification of these situations are discussed regularly, and nightlife establishments are encouraged to report any suspicious activity to the West Hollywood Sheriff Station for further follow-up. With that, we're happy to answer any questions that you may have this evening.
All right, do we have some questions? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Thank you, Kristen. I do have some questions. I had asked at a prior meeting for a report back on what the Sheriff's Department and specifically what Captain Ramirez was going to do to make sure that reports are taken, so we don't have a repeat of what happened with respect to the sexual assault victim that went to get a report. I'd like to know if there is an update on that, because I didn't see anything in here, but I did ask for a 3-month report back, but since this is an update, I didn't see anything different. So that's my first question. And I have a lot of questions, so maybe we'll go one by one.
Okay. So first of all, obviously we're concerned about reporting any crime, not just sexual assault. So we'd kind of plan to do a written update at our regular 6-month report, which generally comes the second meeting of March. But Lieutenant Mulder is here and can talk about the things that he and Ed have done just station-wide with regard to any type of reporting of a crime.
Great.
So good evening, everybody, and thank you for having us here tonight. And in answer to Mayor Pro Tem Shine's question regarding what we've done in terms of our deputies taking reports, we have done briefings with our personnel to remind people that, when a crime is reported, that we take those particular crime reports. And also, not only we take crime reports, but every time we do go to a call, there's always a reporting taken from each call, to memorialize what the deputy's interaction was with a member of our community. So there's a narrative that we have to clear every call to talk about what happened. So in addition to crime reporting, there's also that reporting of every call we go to. But specifically, yeah, we've just done briefings, retraining with some folks to make sure that in every instance, especially these types of instances that are critical situations, that we ensure a crime report is taken.
Thank you. And one of the Captain Ramirez had said that this particular deputy was a replacement deputy, that someone that wasn't in West Hollywood. Any changes to training or guides for any deputies that come from outside of West Hollywood so that they know what our expectations are?
Yeah, absolutely, Mayor Pro Tem. With regard to that situation, I think that you're referring to regarding the sexual assault and possible drugging. It was a overtime deputy from another unit that was working the desk that day. And the fact that that was not taken as a report is horrific. And that's not what we do in those situations, not only in this station, but our entire department. When information like that is provided to one of our personnel, we take crime reports and we investigate it. So, you know, I'm sorry that that happened. That should never happen, number one. And number two, so we've taken some steps to make sure that never happens again. We have a lot of folks that do work overtime here before. Some of those folks have actually worked here full-time as previously and transferred to different units, but come back and work overtime because they care about this community and they know this community. And those that who haven't worked this community before, we're making sure they understand, like anywhere in the sheriff's department, when somebody reports a crime, especially as serious as this, that we take those crime reports. Additionally, with regard to desk personnel, we won't have overtimers from other units working on the desk at this point. So we have taken some steps to make sure we correct that. That should never happen. And it not only here, as I said, but anywhere else on our department. And we're going to make sure that doesn't ever happen again here.
When someone comes in or calls in, is there a tracking of that call, or when they come into the station, something that tracks? Today we had 30 people come into the station to talk to us, to report a crime. And then we also had, 50 calls into the station to report a crime. Is there a stat on that?
Yeah, so every time a call comes in that we dispatch a deputy to, there is a what's called in our computer system, we create a tag number to track every single one. So those are accounted for. Now, if a call comes into the station and we don't send a card to, those will just be a recorded call to the station so we can track them this way. But when people come into the desk and if a crime report is taken or another kind of service is offered, sometimes a call will be created, but not in every single situation. Somebody comes in, like asks. Previously, when we had parking passes, they asked for that. We don't record that and other things. But so that's kind of how our tracking system works.
And let's say there's 1,000 tags for I'm just making this up, a 6-month period, right. Plus reporting of not the parking questions and things that don't have to do with any crime, but let's say there's also 500 people that have a crime to report that come into your station. Is there also a number of how many police reports are taken from that subset?
Yeah, so again, we create that tag for every single one of those. And if a crime report is taken, then we draw what's called an EARN number. It's a uniform report number that applies to a crime report being taken. On these same type of reports, we can take other kinds of incidents like a deputy injury and other things using a EARN number, but an EARN number will always be drawn for a criminal report. And that's a way to track. If we look at the tag number and we can see that an EARN number has been pulled, then we know a criminal report has been written or some type of reporting has been written with regard to that incident.
I would like to see information on a future report back on how many tags and people come in to report crimes versus how many EARN numbers are. I'm very curious.
Versus how many crime reports are then taken?
Yes.
Yeah, so we do report monthly to our Public Safety Commission the number of tags, calls for service from the station. So then we can take a look and pull how many crime reports also have been written monthly to compare those instances.
Great, thank you. Is there a training guide for officers with respect to response to sexual assault or rape victims?
Yeah, so we have not only in the academy, we have training specifically on how we respond. We do respond in a uniform manner across the Sheriff's Department. And then we do have training specifically when deputies come out to patrol on how to take those types of reports and the resources in the area. For instance, here at West Hollywood, when we have a victim survivor of a sexual assault, we take them obviously to the Rape Treatment Center. And so there's a procedure here that that we follow, specificness to West Hollywood because of the resources that are in and around West Hollywood. So and then we have in-service additional training, sometimes put on by our training bureau or put on by our Special Victims Bureau. And then we, during our regular briefings, when new information comes out or new procedures, that's briefed to our folks to make sure everybody's up to speed on all of our process that we use with this type of crime and any other crime.
And is this training written? Some of it is obviously probably online or Zoom, but is written training?
Correct. Like the academy training is part of their written training process. And then patrol training, we have different areas that we want to make sure that our training officers do train them so that they have a complete training process through their training time on patrol here. So we do have different written procedures, yes.
Has that ever been made available to the Public Safety Commission?
Those specific procedures, I don't know if that's been made available to them. Our manual policy procedure is online. People can go look at it. I don't know if we have that specific information on online because some of the procedures are sensitive and we don't want to necessarily maybe include all those. So it depends on whether we have online. So I'll check and to see what we do have and what we can provide.
Great, that would be great. What happens after a police report is filed with regard to a sexual assault or rape?
So yeah, when it's filed, so when we get a sexual assault case, it goes to our special victims unit. They are the experts and they do the investigations in sexual assaults. The vast majority of them go to them. Our station detective bureau generally don't investigate those. Depending if it was a suspicious circumstances, it might initially go to us. They'll take a first look and then it might go on to our Special Victims Bureau. So when they'll do the investigation, they'll file the case with the district attorney. If the district attorney does indeed file charges against the defendant, then the court process starts. And throughout that process, our investigators from our Special Victims Bureau will be with the victim, help the victim through the process. They can also offer resources to the victim as well.
Thank you. Let's back up a little bit after the report is filed. Do you know, is there a specific time frame that someone from the Special Victims Unit, with respect to alleged sexual assaults at our nightlife establishments. Is there a time frame that the officer or detective would go to view footage, security footage available at the club?
Yeah, so with regard to that, sometimes depending on the type of case, maybe that video footage was collected prior. If not, a lot of times, if it happens in the evening and deputies respond, a lot of places aren't able to provide it in the evening. We have to come back the next day to get it. So either deputies from this station or detectives from this station may go and collect it, or the detective from the Special Victims Bureau will collect it themselves. But they try to do that as quick, within days, as quickly as possible, because some of that, a lot of that surveillance video, has only a certain amount of time they keep it. Usually, it's days, weeks, and we don't want to wait too long to make sure we can collect that and other video in and around the area.
Yeah, that's what I was really concerned about, because of making sure the footage is preserved for a period of time as evidence.
Yes.
We don't want to lose that. So I do want to make sure that in the training is to go as soon as possible to get that. And does the victim, is the victim per request allowed to go with the officer and look at the footage, or what happens in those situations?
Yeah, usually the detective will go collect the video on their own, and depending on the kind of situation, that taking a victim back to somewhere where the crime or incident occurred could be traumatic, and we wouldn't want to expose them to that. So a lot of times the detective will go on their own and collect that information. And down the road through the investigation, I know that if the victim wants to see it and look at it, our detectives show that to them. But whatever's the right time for them, if they feel that's right for them to see that, especially in these kinds of situations.
And what's the policy for a victim who wants to get a copy of the police report?
Victims are allowed to get copies of their police report. So, however, if a detective is in the middle of the investigation and they're concerned that they could jeopardize the case in any way, they can withhold it. But victims do have the right themselves to get a copy of their the police report, the first report.
Okay, what's the process for that?
So usually if they have a detective assigned to them in their communication with the detective, they can ask the detective for a copy of it and they can provide it. Or they can go down and pick one up at our Special Victims Bureau, or they can contact somebody from the station where it originally happened and we can coordinate. And I'm talking specifically now about West Hollywood. We're always very happy to coordinate with somebody to help them get that information.
Great, I think that's important, because putting another layer of, you should go down to, where's the Special Victims Bureau?
They're in Whittier.
Whittier.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad that, you're saying on the record that you would provide that if it's not going to jeopardize an investigation, obviously.
Yes, always do.
And, there is a chart attached to this item, which details the different, what's it called? Well, the name is alleged spiking location.
The different incidents?
Yeah, the different incidents.
Okay. Yes.
When was this updated? Because I know this was an updated version.
Yeah, it was updated over the last several months. So we contacted, in terms of the results section, we contacted, most of these cases were handled by our Special Victims Bureau. So we contacted them and they had to go through all those cases to determine what the outcome was. So they, obviously they're pretty busy, unfortunately, and they then went through all the cases and provided us with the information, and that's the update you're seeing today.
What is missing from this report, and the reason I'm asking, is that the December sexual assault report that was made, that I referenced in our last meeting, is missing from this report. So is there a reason why it's not on there?
Well, so we updated that current chart that you have before you. And then in terms of any additional cases that happened then, we didn't include them here since the chart was originally produced months ago. So, but we can
I
certainly
see.
provide information from the last incident on the chart. I was looking for a specific date until the end of the year for 2021. If you want to see that information as well.
I would love to see that. Okay, thank you so much, Lieutenant Mulder. I really appreciate you.
Of course, Mayor Pro Tem.
And
Thank
your
you.
responses. Given everything we've heard tonight from Cedars and the difficulty in doing testing to detect the date rape drugs, which is really, really disheartening and frustrating, given everything that we are really doing and looking to do to protect people. And I really want us to look into, as we develop the mental health crisis response units, look into having them work with the Santa Monica Rape Treatment Center for either some possible training that they can get. So if it's possible for us this unit to do the rape kits, or escorting the victims to the treatment center rather than having the sheriffs do it. I think having the sheriffs come out and take a report is essential. But as far as escorting the victim to the Santa Monica Rape Treatment Center, I think the mental health crisis response units would be potentially a great advocate that could be in place to do this and free up the sheriffs instead of having them, take that 1 hour to take the victims there. That's my suggestions, along with some of the other questions I asked Lieutenant Mulder. So that's it.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you, Mayor. I first wanted to ask, in the report, it indicated that the Sheriff's Department will offer a female deputy if the victim is determined to be female. And I wondered how that is determined and if there are protocols for determining whether someone's trans or gender nonconforming. It seemed specific, and I just want to make sure we're being inclusive in terms of what that policy is intended to achieve.
Sure, and Bill can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not so much based on the victim's gender, it's just the wish of any victim to have a female deputy instead of a male deputy.
Yes, I would certainly, Kristen's exactly correct. I'd echo her thoughts. If we have a male deputy respond, we'll ask them, would they prefer a female deputy, no matter who the victim survivor is. And even if somebody would, if a female deputy responds and they prefer to talk to a male deputy, we can accomplish that. But we want our objective is to make sure the victim survivor feels as comfortable as possible telling their story to the deputy they're telling their story to. I've been on the department 30 years, worked patrol at 3 different stations, and would offer that the times I responded to these kinds of incidents. And I never had anybody said they wanted to speak to somebody else. They felt comfortable speaking with the person that responded, which was myself. But we want to make sure we offer that to make sure that they feel the most comfortable in this situation.
Okay, I'm glad you clarified, because on page 2 of the report, it does say if the victim is a female, the Sheriff's Department will ask the victim if they feel more comfortable speaking to a female deputy. So I just want to make sure that if that's not the department policy, that's what our staff report says. So I just want to make sure that we're clearly communicating to the community what the policy is and making sure we're doing exactly what you're saying. It sounds like your department policy is inclusive and maybe the staff report just wasn't accurate. So,
Councilmember, in terms of our department policy, that's always been the policy for a female victim survivor to ask that question if a male deputy responds. But here we are, in terms of what we're asking here at West Hollywood, whoever they feel the victim survivor feels most comfortable with, whether a male or female deputy talking to, that's who will provide, no matter the gender of the victim or survivor.
Understood. I think we're achieving what we want to here in this discussion. I just was a little tripped up by how it was reported in the report, so I'm glad we clarified. I think based on what we've heard tonight, we just need to know that whenever sexual assault is mentioned or it's a possibility, that rape treatment center is recommended, is offered, and information is provided. Based on what we heard from Cedars tonight, that, you know, that anyone who has consumed alcohol could potentially be drugged. And you know, everything else that was explained to us tonight, whenever there is suspicion of that possibility, I think that information should proactively be offered, and mention of rape treatment center and contact should immediately be offered. I also think that these protocols should not be limited to the West Hollywood station, but perhaps by having this conversation with the West Hollywood station can become standardized throughout the department. And I'm happy to raise this through the Contract Cities Public Safety Committee to make sure that this conversation happens on a broader level, especially hearing that when people come to our station from other locations, that there, you know, has been in the past, hopefully won't be in the future based on the protocols that have been instituted, which I'm glad to hear about. But this is something that warrants education. And I think even those of us who have served on council for a long time, combined with having a fresh perspective and unfortunately, God forbid, hopefully never again, an incident that has triggered us to ask all these questions, it's important that we stay on top of it and we don't kind of get jaded or become lax in our vigilance on these issues, because that is how mistakes can happen. And so I'm glad that we're having this conversation, identifying opportunities to do better and making sure that we are providing all of the appropriate resources that the city does make available, that we're being proactive and intentional in that, and being mindful that it is done each and every single time, because every person who reports deserves to be believed and heard and provided the resources that will help them heal and recover. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to add and echo what one of our public commenters, Carrie Balboa, said today. It'd be great to see if the city could come back with David and Kristen on some apologies, the words aren't coming to me, to make it a victims advocate resource for our residents that works with and through the multiple bureaucracies that we have here. We've seen other cities, I think, implement tools like this to help make it better for victims or people who have, like my colleague, Councilmember Horvath said, suffered a horrible tragedy like this, and we want to do all that we can to prevent it. So it'd be great to look at in future funding cycles. Not right now, David, I know we're not doing that right now, but the ways in which we could allocate money to create a victims advocate specifically for West Hollywood that would know our community, work with our community, make sure that they are LGBTQIA trained and all that, and maybe it's a part of the mental health and behavioral health crisis response unit, but it'd be great to have that resource in addition to how they would normally report and all that. So I would like to see if direction can be given, or if my colleagues would like to explore that option to come back to us at a later date for the ways in which we can also help support people. And then they're also a goodwill ambassador. They can work with our business community. They can make sure they're up to date with all the latest trends and what's going on to make sure victims have their rights, and work with law enforcement as survivor groups. And I'm sure the Santa Monica, and I have worked with the Santa Monica Clinic for many years as an activist and community organizer, as I know Councilmember Horvath has with her work getting untested rape kits through and the process and making sure they're following new state laws now. So it'd be great maybe if they had recommendations as well and could provide you some resources. So I would like to give that direction if there's no objection personally, Mayor, because I think it's another great resource we can provide to our businesses, our residents, and our community to make sure they feel safe and know we're taking these claims very seriously. And thank you, Kristen and Lieutenant Mulder and Captain Ramirez. You've spent hours on the phones with all of us, and I appreciate the time and consideration you put into this really important matter.
Thank you, Councilmember Erickson. Kristen, I was just wondering, can you refresh my memory on in terms of what training we expect from our bars and clubs in terms of sexual assault? and over serving as well.
Sure. And one thing I will add, that if any council member wants to take a tour of the Santa Monica Rape Treatment Center, I would hope that none of us would ever need their services. But they are an amazing place of dedicated mental health professionals who are move mountains to assist our survivors. It's just an amazing service. Again, not that, we would ever want to be in that position, but they will take good care of you if you are. So with regard to training for nightclubs, bars, the alcohol training includes some of this. And Danny Rivas is really the expert on what their curriculum specifically covers. I think one of our best tools, though, is the entertainment policing team deputies, because as they see things or they're getting reports to the station, whether it's cell phone thefts or assaults or anything in between, kind of that every night chit chat that happens between the deputies and the clubs is so important. We obviously want our establishments to focus on not over-serving, making sure they're taking care of their patrons when things can happen. People's inhibitions are a little lower. But just that interaction is what we value the most between the entertainment policing team and our local establishments. That's our best first line of defense.
It seemed to me that the doctor from Cedars mentioned, education, awareness, having awareness campaigns. Maybe that's something that the Public Safety Commission can look into. Maybe it would be beneficial to have someone from the Rape Center come speak to the Public Safety Commission.
Absolutely.
So, as Mayor Pro Tem and I start looking at the next budget cycle, I'm sure we'll be taking all of this and direction into consideration. I see the city clerk has her hand up. Do we have speakers?
We do. We have two individuals who wish to speak on this item.
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay, great. Our first speaker for this item this evening is Jackie Steele, and I see she is on. Jackie will have 2 minutes.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to also point out I'm the co-chair of the Lesbian and Gay Advisory Board, and we had a really robust conversation along with some real solutions-oriented thoughts that we asked to go through to council. So I'm just hoping we're not all going to continue to have disjointed conversations, and that at some point we can merge some of this, because there's a lot of folks doing really great work, and I think it's important to take all of the perspective. We also did have someone from the LGBT Center come and speak at our last meeting, and did already make the suggestion to have someone from the Rape Crisis Center speak for all the boards and commissions. So again, hopefully that'll come through and we can make that happen. I did have some questions about this attachment, this report. It looked like this just represented spiked drink incidents with the 30 that was listed. For that, only 2 cases were actually, 3 were filed and 1 is active. And none of it included the attack that happened in early December, which seemed alarming to me, considering that we're all pretty aware of it at this point. Do we know if all of the victims on that list were assigned a special victims detective or officer? And then also, what exactly does victim undesirous mean? I'd love to understand that term. And then do we have the overall reporting that can be shared? That's referenced in the chart in the lower left of the document. It's titled WHD rapes by year. I believe that's West Hollywood rapes by year that are either not the spiked or inclusive of the spiked number for this report, but I'd love to see the bigger picture number. From this report, 43% reported rapes or incidents indicated from one business in particular. I know there's been some kind of top line conversation this evening about, the entertainment policing and working with businesses. I'd like to know specifically, when you see a pattern like this, what happens? What are the steps by the sheriff in that case? What becomes the involvement of the business owner? And before this becomes a liability hot potato, this isn't about finger pointing. It's honestly about the efforts we're all making to keep our community safe. I know we're all aligned in that. I'm sure the business owner would want to work to that end as well, but the facts are the facts, and you can do the numbers yourself. So clearly, surely there must have been some conversations regarding some of these locations and what efforts have been made since that point. Again, the dogs are in. Just love to know a little bit more about that information and how we're addressing the needs of the LGBTQ+ community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Our other speaker on this item is Jordan David. Jordan, you may press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Hey, it's Jordan David calling from occupied Tonga lands, and I'm a voter in West Hollywood elections. Police have failed at handling sexual assault, and there is no reform that will make police an appropriate response. 40% of police officers admit, keyword admit, to being domestic abusers themselves. Most rape kits handled by police are never even tested, with nearly 15,000 backlogged in California. Only 3 out of 100 rapists are ever held accountable under our current system. Besides police not helping, thousands of stories have detailed how officer behavior becomes an added layer of trauma for victims. The Behavioral Health Crisis Response Unit should be the first responders to sexual assault cases, and the city should work with new county initiatives to develop peer support teams that can follow up and facilitate restorative justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Those are the only 2 individuals that I had signed up to speak for this item.
Thank you. I just wonder if Lieutenant Mulder wants to respond to any of the questions that were asked by Jackie Steele. Lieutenant Mulder?
Yes, Mayor. Do you want me to address some of those questions?
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, with regard, I think, to the chart, I brought up the chart, and on the second page of the chart, I think she asked about, I think, the 3rd section on the 2nd page, WHD rapes by year. West Hollywood, so those are the number of reported rapes in the city of West Hollywood for each of those years. And then I know she asked quite a few questions about I think about how we handle some of the cases, or was that one of the questions?
I think
one of the questions was, and I had a similar question, in the results category of the first page, there's some sort of not necessarily clear language about why victims do not, either non-desirous or do not move forward, it would seem, with participating with law enforcement or participating in moving their case forward. And I guess I'm not sure what Jackie's intent was about that, but my intent is that in these years in which there's a number, say in 2020, there were 28 rapes reported, and then there were 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rapes reported that had the additional question of a spiked drink. But it seemed that of the 7, reported with a spiked drink, none of those moved forward. And is that there was no movement forward on the drink spiking or on the rape investigation and the charges for that?
So that is for the entire investigation, the allegation of the drink spiking and the sexual assault, and those are the results for each of those. And I know we sometimes don't get deep into an explanation as to why somebody didn't want to proceed or uncooperative, just to try to preserve as much privacy for the victim survivor as we can. I'm sure there's a lot of times a variety of reasons, But usually the investigator obviously knows because they have a conversation with that individual, or sometimes they try to keep contacting the individual multiple different ways and they won't respond back. So there's different circumstances. We don't list all those there just to kind of preserve the privacy of that individual on that case. And that's why you have those descriptives.
So without sort of, so it seems like 100% of the cases that involved alleged spiking of drinks did not move forward, which leaves 21 cases of the 28 that either did or did not move forward. But I guess and I think it's important to actually not sort of focus on those 7 because of the reasons you just said regarding patient confidentiality, et cetera. But I guess my question, Bill, is how, without knowing, but what might the city or the sheriff's department or the public safety division or us as council members do to increase the number of cases that do not terminate prior to proceeding to some kind of illegal action against the perpetrator, at least. If you understand my question, it may not have been worded, perfectly, but it's concerning to me that 100% of the cases that involved alleged spiking of drinks, whether it happened or not, is one thing, but clearly there was some kind of sexual assault, and I would hate for the lesser potentially confusing experience of having your drink spiked or believing you did affect whether or not you would pursue some kind of services or outcome for your sexual assault. So I guess what I'm asking is there anything we can do to separate those two things perhaps, so that maybe, yes, filing charges against, however they might have had their drink spiked, but continuing to encourage them to move forward with their sexual assault concerns.
Yeah, so in terms of both of those, the detective on the case will investigate both and encourage them to pursue both. And if we can't, determine maybe the drugging aspect, that doesn't mean that the sexual assault aspect won't move forward. Because those are two parts or two different crimes committed kind of within a same incident. So if that's what you're asking, yeah, they don't rely on one or the other to move forward. We look at them as separate crimes within the same incident. If we can't, prove up one, that doesn't mean we can't prove up and move on with the second one. Is that the answer? Was that
you are? And I don't want to veer into the land of hypothetical, but here's what I think. If you go to the hospital, a nationally known hospital, and they can't test you for something you're sure happened, which is that you were drugged in a local establishment or at a party, and then the hospital says, we can't really prove that. We don't know if it happened. So if you're not being believed by, a sort of famous medical center saying, we don't know. There's like, you can't just sort of, dip something in your nose or, or take a vial of blood and prove that GHB. So I'm concerned that the second piece of that set of questions is, are they going to believe that I was sexually assaulted? And I think that might be where some more additional work needs to happen, that we need to figure out ways to, as all of us have already said, everyone on this Zoom more eloquently than I am, that victims need to be believed, and we need to work as hard as possible to keep victims in the system so that they can find some resolution. So that's my question. It may not be answerable this evening, but I am interested to know if there's more that the city can do or the sheriff's department can do to make sure that people do not leave the system for whatever the reasons might be.
Or maybe,
I,
maybe Cedars can help there as well, or whichever hospital they're being brought to. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Lieutenant Mulder, did you answer and I'm sorry if you did, but I'm going to ask this again. Did you answer what victim non-desirous actually means?
So that means that the victim was not desirous of following through with the investigation or prosecution. So there's a couple different ways I think they say about the same thing, but one of them had a little bit more information if they weren't cooperative or they just weren't desirous. Two different kind of responses, and that's what those refer to. Did that help?
Yes, thank you. And did you answer? I think Jackie Steele had asked if there's an overwhelming amount of reports at one place. What are the conversations, or are there any specific conversations that are being had with a certain establishments?
Yeah, definitely. And it kind of, as Kristen Cook alluded to, our entertainment policing team, that is one of their duties as part of the entertainment policing team, and ensuring our nightlife safety here in West Hollywood, evening in and evening out. They do speak with the management and security of the bars, clubs, restaurants, and specifically if there's somewhere that we're seeing, maybe increase in any kind of crime, sexual assault to any kind of crime, we'll coordinate with them, talk to them about it, make sure if they see something that doesn't look right, to call us. Never hesitate to call us, point it out. Our entertainment policing team has great relationships with management, with security, so that they feel comfortable calling us and having us look at things that don't look right, situations that don't look right, or people engaging in actions that they have concern about, and bringing us in. A lot of our entertainment policing team is very active in the area where the bars and clubs and restaurants are, as well as a presence, and they see them there. So we do kind of multiple things to address this issue. And we'll continue to do that. We also have run some operations, one in particular, an undercover operation with our Narcotics Bureau, the HIDA task force, which the DEA is part of, and an undercover operation, and we're going to continue to do those. So there are multiple different things we're doing to make sure we ensure nightlife safety here in West Hollywood, so everybody feels comfortable coming here, and specifically about these issues that we're discussing here tonight.
Thank you. Dave?
So I believe there was a question by Jackie Steele and Mayor Pro Tem Scheim about the December incident. So just as way of background to this document, the attachment. So this is the attachment that was attached to the September 20th item on the only yes means yes sexual assault awareness item, campaign item. At the time, it did not include the results column, so it didn't provide, it just listed the incidents and didn't provide any information on what was the result. And so this was intended to just provide information on those items that were listed in that September item. We did not go back and add additional items from between September and now.
Thank you, David. Kristen, do you have anything you want to add? Do you have enough direction from us?
I believe we do have enough direction, Mayor. Thank you. And, we can also include some of this in our regular public safety update in March as well.
Okay. And do you think, I know it's may not be safe right now, but at some point, maybe if anyone wants to have a tour of the rape center or meet with the rape center people, if that would be a possibility to set up once we've calmed down.
Yes, absolutely. We can work with our contact there, who's lovely, to set something up when they're able to have guests.
Great. Thank you. If there are no further questions, I think then Kristen and Lieutenant Mulder and our city manager have enough direction to move forward, and we can move forward with our agenda. Okay. All right. Our next item is item 4B, the project labor agreement by and between the City of West Hollywood and the Los Angeles Orange County's Building and Construction Trades Council and signatory craft councils and unions. And I believe that John Lennon is here to give us a very brief report, and so is Brian League.
Yes, Brian will provide our presentation tonight.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Again, my name is Brian League. I'm with the city's Economic Development Department. I want to provide a very brief overview of your November 21st direction to analyze and prepare documents which would permit the city to enter into a project labor agreement with the LA and Orange County Construction Trades Council, and I'll follow with a staff recommendation. Just for background, project labor agreements, or PLAs, are agreements between union trade groups and local jurisdictions which require signatory union labor for construction projects. These agreements are common between larger agencies such as the City of Los Angeles, LA Unified, LA World Airports, and other large jurisdictions. But they also occur to a lesser extent with some smaller jurisdictions. The city considered a PLA for the West Hollywood Park project in 2016. It was up for council approval, and council directed staff to consider the PLA, but ultimately decided against the PLA because of budget considerations and the city having no history with PLAs. There are certain advantages to PLAs, namely you're assured skilled union labor, generally free of labor conflicts. In addition, these agreements provide additional community benefits, including apprentice labor programs, local hire priority, and hiring of disadvantaged subcontractors and workers. There are some disadvantages that we have found. These are mainly additional costs associated with total project costs, construction costs, and also there's an additional administrative burden. Construction bids are generally higher because there are less firms that are willing to bid on some projects that have project labor agreement requirements. For the City of West Hollywood, projects that would be covered under PLAs would be most of the capital projects and the affordable housing projects where the city contributes land or funding. Staff is recommending that the city direct staff to execute a project labor agreement for initial 5-year term with some threshold limits. The first threshold would be $500,000 for projects subject to single construction trade, or $1 million for city projects subject to multiple construction trades. We selected these thresholds for 2 reasons. The first, we wanted to limit PLAs to larger city projects as a pilot to allow for staff to gain experience with bid requirements and the administrative procedures associated with these requirements. And second, we wanted to reduce the impact for ongoing capital maintenance projects, which have been planned and budgeted over for the next 5 years. I mean, that's a brief summary of what we presented in our staff report, and now we're available for questions or discussion. Thank you.
Great. I'm just curious, do we have any comments, public who want to comment on this, Melissa?
Yes, we have 2 individuals signed up to speak on this item.
Okay, if my colleagues are okay with that, we'll take them first.
Okay, our first speaker on this item is Chris Hannon. Chris, you can turn on your camera or press *6. There you go. You will have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. My name is Chris Hannon, and I'm the Executive Secretary of the Los Angeles Orange County's Building and Construction Trades Council. I would agree with staff that there's a number of benefits to doing a project labor agreement. The benefits include having access to the very best trained men and women in the construction industry, giving local community pipeline into our building trades apprenticeships, where they will receive training and career opportunities that will help them support a lifelong career and be able to keep that money local with local workers. We're going to be able to keep that center closer to West Hollywood. some of the cost, that was referenced in there. We don't see any of those costs. All the labor rates are exactly the same. They're all required in prevailing wage already. And many times I hear contractors complaining that, hey, they have trouble accessing skilled labor, that increased their cost. So now by having access to skilled labor at the exact same cost, contractors can't say that it raises prices. So this is a win-win. It prioritizes West Hollywood residents first. Graduates from our multi-craft core curriculum, apprenticeship readiness programs, and veterans. Our apprenticeship readiness programs are our way to increase outreach into the community. Right now, 92% of all the graduates that get into apprenticeship programs in local unions are individuals of color, and the female participation is 8 times higher than our general membership numbers in those programs. I speak in support of approval of the project labor agreement.
Thank you, Chris. Our next speaker is Zakia Wright. Zakia, if you would like, you may turn on your camera and unmute yourself, and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment.
Good evening again, City Council. Zakia Wright, resident of West Hollywood. I also speak in support of adopting the PLA. Unions are a good idea. This agreement, it's a good idea. Unions are the backbone to a healthy and strong workforce. They ensure the fair and equal treatment of their workers. And specifically, this union trains and provides and makes sure the trainees are employed. So I really applaud City Council for engaging the builders unions, and thanks.
Thank you, Zakia. Mayor, those are the only 2 individuals that I had signed up to speak on this item.
Okay, do any of my colleagues have any questions? I have a question. Brian or John, when would the PLA be effective, and what would it require in terms of, staffing needs?
John, do you want to handle that?
Sure. So the PLA would be effective once it's signed. So if council approves this item tonight, it would be executed within the next week or so. So it would be effective at that date. In terms of staffing, we will have to examine that internally. There are administrative requirements that go along with the project labor agreements to make sure that we are in compliance with them. We can do that with existing staff. Potentially, we would need to look at that, or potentially hire additional staff to do that, or hire contract staff. There are contract firms to do that as well. So we would have to evaluate that internally, how we would want to approach that, at least initially.
Okay, I'm just throwing this out there. I just wonder if there are any benefits of making this effective July 1, 2022, when we start a new budget cycle, since we've already, had whatever budgeting during the 2021-22 June 22 cycle. So starting a new cycle and starting the contract at that time. John, any?
That would help us to establish the internal processes for administering the project labor agreements. And if there were other projects that we had going on right at this moment that we were bidding, it would allow those to continue to move forward easily.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Meister. I'm interested in us actually lowering the threshold for the single trade or specialty to 100,000 and the multiple trades to 750,000. I think as the city that we are, our size, and compared to other cities that actually have even lower thresholds, it makes more sense to provide these opportunities at a lower figure. And the cost overall in 5 years is really not going to be that much higher. And it'll include the all of the benefits of having a PLA for these smaller projects that we're doing, and we'll get a report back and see how it is after 5 years. However, with that said, I agree, Mayor, that giving staff extra time for budget reasons and also time to do whatever is needed so staff can do this. So moving it to July 1st, 2021 as the start date. I'd actually like to make that motion and have further discussion, of course. I know it's late, so let's get right to it. Have the start date July 1st, 2021. Single trades or specialty at 100,000 and multiple trades at 750,000.
Councilmember Horvath.
I'll second it, assuming you meant 2022.
Yes, thank you very much. We are in the new year.
If you have a time machine, Mayor Pro Tem, could you let us know?
I know that Pico Rivera, their thresholds are 50,000 and 250,000. Santa Ana is 100,000 and 250,000. So I think the adjustments that are being proposed by Mayor Pro Tem, I'm accepting of. I also think that one of the issues that was raised is additional cost and other impacts to projects. But asking about everybody's favorite project to ask about these days, West Hollywood Park Phase 2, the approved budget compared to where we ended up was a cost difference of more than $17 million. And when it was projected to be completed in February of 2020, and now is anticipated February of 2022. So this was, I made a motion to have a project labor agreement on this project. And I think, when you have these things in place, when you have that kind of skilled labor, you also have commitments in place that sometimes make those overruns not happen in the way that we've experienced on our park project in the second phase. So there are actually benefits that we can see, comparing to what we've experienced with some of the contractors that we've had. So I think, this is a way to make sure that we have the best skilled labor, that those jobs that come from labor are made available to our local residents who are interested in this workforce and in these job opportunities. And so I'm very much supportive. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Seeing none, we have a motion, we have a second. We have a roll call.
Yes. Councilmember D'Amico. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I was just going to say with the amendments made by Mayor Pro Tem Shine and the effective date, July 1st, 2022.
Correct. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're on to item 4C, appointments to the Human Services Commission and Transgender Advisory Board.
Mayor?
Should I just go ahead?
Sure.
I am going to be appointing Sam Borelli to the Human Services Commission. They're going to have a tough year coming up when you're looking at new vendors or old vendors, and it'll be nice to have his experience. Congratulations, Sam. I look forward to working with you.
Thank you. And now I will call for nominations for the at-large Transgender Advisory Board appointment.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much, and congratulations, Sam. I would like to nominate Nick Casey, please, for the Transgender Advisory Board.
I'd like to nominate Carla Ibarra.
Okay. Any other nominations? Okay, I will do a roll call vote. Councilmember Erickson.
Sorry, you screwed me up there for a second.
I know.
The Nick Casey, please.
Councilmember D'Amico.
Nick Casey.
Councilmember Horvath.
Carla Ibarra.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Nick Casey.
Mayor Meister.
Carla Ibarra.
Okay, so Nick Casey is the new Transgender Advisory Board at-large appointee. Thank you.
All right. We're moving them right along here. Now, I think we're at might be our last big item, item 5A, direction to stop or reduce the enforcement of minor low-level traffic stops. Mayor Pro Tem Shine, Councilmember Horvath. Do you want to give a brief report?
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem, you can start.
Thank you. Yes, this really is direction to the city attorney to analyze options for stopping or reducing the enforcement of minor low-level traffic stops. It may include the banning the enforcement of low-level traffic stops completely, or adopting a resolution declaring that enforcement of low-level traffic stops will be a low priority for law enforcement. And I just want to really make it very clear, these are for non-public safety traffic issues. We had a release of the 5th annual California Racial and Identity Profiling Advisory Board last Friday for the 2022 report that gathered info from 18 law enforcement agencies, including the 15 largest agencies in the state, covering 2.9 million vehicle and pedestrian stops, which revealed some really great data that I'd like to share, but I don't want to go on too long right now because we probably have public comment and we can discuss later. But this is a first step for the direction to the city attorney to really then come back to us for a vote later on what the city attorney and working with county council and the sheriff's department on what really we can do.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, this is direction to the city attorney to work with the county to investigate precedent and to come back to council with direction that reflects the needs of our community. This report provides examples of what has happened and what was recommended in other cities, some of which are major metropolises, some may be more comparable. And so that's why, we need the city attorney to weigh in and also get a read from county council and given our contract with the sheriff's department on what is actually possible. So the goal behind this is to de-escalate situations, to make sure that from a cost perspective that we're making best use of our resources, both in terms of dollars and cents, but also in terms of the time that our law enforcement officials have to spend on in addressing and preventing crime in our community. We know that there are issues that come up from time to time. For example, I know residents on Kings Road at one point, asked for a sheriff's car to be placed near Kings Road Park because of concerns around pedestrian safety. This is not intended to stop that kind of request. Though I would say placing a car there, there continue to be requests for a car to be at that location. So I would say maybe we need to take a look at different mitigation measures. But either way, this is a first step in terms of providing this council information to make an informed decision on a topic that was recently, raised by the LA Blade as a cover story, potential issue. And so we need to, I think, make sure that we're operating from an informed perspective before we make any decisions, but also take into account data that has been provided, data that includes Sheriff's Department data, and make sure that we are that we're doing the right thing for our community.
So my question is, we have the Center of Policing Equity working on data to get information about all different, why, what happens and what the results are of various police interactions. And I'm just wondering why we're not waiting to see that report, which is going to focus on West Hollywood specifically.
Well, for my part, I did ask the Sheriff's Department to prepare some preliminary data with regard to some of the categories that were listed in the report. Again, this stage is to direct the city attorney to come back and recommend which, if any of these make sense for West Hollywood. But in 2019 alone, there were over 700 traffic stops for vehicle registration required. There were over 100 stops in the city for current month and year tabs attached. And these are the kinds of things, we're not saying necessarily no enforcement. These are the types of issues that can be enforced in other ways, perhaps with a mailed citation, or there are many ways that these issues can be enforced without requiring hours of deputy time, taking them off patrol and asking people who are uniquely trained in certain aspects of public safety to do things that maybe somebody else can do and prioritize their time and our resources in our community. We do have some preliminary data from 2019, 2020, and 2021 on any number of what could be considered in this report. License plates obstructed or impaired recognition, bumpers required. This data is already available to us, and it can help inform our city attorneys and inquiry into investigating what this actually would mean for West Hollywood.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. And I would also add, Mayor, that the report that was released last Friday actually incorporates, there were 18 agencies that were, data was gathered from them, and the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department was one of them. And the data that was collected is absolutely striking, and really shows racial bias in these low-level offenses. People who were perceived as Black were searched at 2.4 times the rate of people perceived as white. Overall, officers searched 18,777 more people perceived as Black than those perceived as white. In addition, transgender women were searched at 2.5 times the rate of individuals perceived to be cisgender women. At the conclusion of a stop, officers have to report the outcome: no action taken, warning, or citation given, or arrest. And for individuals perceived as Black, officers reported no action taken 2.3 times as often as they did for individuals perceived as white, indicating that a higher rate of those stopped who were perceived as Black were not actually engaged in any unlawful activity. And the use of force rates are even worse. Officers used force against people perceived as Black at 2.6 times the rate of individuals perceived as white during those stops. In addition, officers used force against individuals perceived to have a mental health disability as well, at 5.2 times the rate of individuals perceived not to have a disability. A higher proportion of traffic violation stops of people perceived as Hispanic or Black were for non-moving or equipment violations as compared to individuals who were perceived as white. The proportion of these stops were initiated for window obstruction violations was nearly 2.5 times higher for people perceived as Hispanic and 1 times higher for people perceived as Black as compared to people perceived as white. Using this data from the 2019 American Community Survey, people who were perceived as Black were overrepresented in the stop data by 10 percentage points. And people perceived as white or Asian were underrepresented by 3 and 9 percentage points, respectively, as compared to the weighted residential population estimates. If we didn't have this updated report or the previous one that also showed disparities and racial bias for these stops, then yeah, I would say let's wait until the CPE report comes back. And when that report comes back, that's going to give us a lot of info, and we may want to institute some other initiatives as a result of that. But at least for me, given that the Sheriff's Department data is part of this, I can't wait one more day to provide justice for Black and brown people that are being pulled over at a higher rate, that are having use of force at a higher rate. And so this is really what this is about. And in addition, it's absolutely about, let's not waste our sheriff's time. We're constantly talking about, things that happen in the city that we need them there, and certain robberies that are happening. Instead of these 700 registration stops, imagine how much more time gets freed up for the sheriffs to be really looking for the criminals and patrolling the streets, but in a way that actually helps public safety. So those are my thoughts on that right now.
I appreciate that. And I guess one more question before we go to public comment, and that is, do we know, I don't know if Lieutenant Mulder is still on, or Kristen, how high a priority these stops are in the whole scheme of things in the city of West Hollywood?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to speak specifically for Captain Ramirez or Lieutenant Mulder. They're no longer in the Zoom. But I will say, generally speaking, these traffic violations are written by the two traffic motors, not deputies out on regular patrol, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Do we have people who would like to speak, public comment?
Yes, we do.
Why don't we do that next?
Okay, great. Our first speaker for item 5A is Jackie Steele. Jackie, you may turn on your camera, unmute yourself, and you will have 2 minutes.
Okay, I promise this is the last time you're all going to see my face and this beanie tonight. I just wanted to call in in support of this item, stopping minor low-level traffic stops. I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Shine also mentioning that it's non-public safety traffic issues, because there's definitely public safety issues we want to make sure we're taking good care of. I'm in support of, at a minimum, making this a low priority. I know we'll hear from people that we have safety issues, we have crime issues, and I agree, but these are not the same things. These stops are not the things that stop the car break-ins and the myriad of crimes reported. We can ensure responsible policing efforts and reprioritizing while addressing the actual issues of crime that occur in the city. In fact, it's a better use of our resources to do it that way, to make it a low priority. I am also curious to hear about that report that Mayor Meister mentioned when it's available. So I'll be looking forward to reading that just for additional information down the line, but I appreciate the effort being made now. And also, once again, the city of West Hollywood just being at the forefront of being truly progressive and showing that it is possible to take these steps and serve your community and keep us all safe. So thank you and good night.
Thank you, Jackie. Our next speaker this evening is Jordan David. Jordan, you may press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment.
Hi, this is Jordan David calling from occupied Tonga lands. I vote in West Hollywood elections. I strongly support this direction. However, I would ask the council to pursue a total ban on police handling traffic stops. The staff report does a good job describing why this is needed, but the watered down language in the recommendations with respect to low priority would effectively change nothing. We cannot let individual officers decide what to prioritize when we know that their priority is systemic racism. Supporting a total ban is the only way to be serious about reimagining public safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Our next speaker this evening is Robert Oliver. Okay, Robert, you will have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Robert Oliver, West Hollywood Public Safety Commissioner, but of course, speaking as a resident, I believe we need to look at public safety in a holistic way. That means constantly evolving to create policies that consider the safety of all members of our community. What might seem like a simple traffic stop to some people can be a matter of anxiety and uncertainty, or even life and death for people of color in this country, especially as history shows for Black men. In this context tonight, though, we're not talking about dangerous moving violations like speeding, running red lights, or driving under the influence. What we're talking about is people getting pulled over for hanging an air freshener from their rearview mirror or forgetting to take their parking pass down. That kind of low-level traffic stop can result in death for Black Americans like Dante Wright, a young father who was shot and killed by an officer who pulled him over because of the air freshener hanging from his mirror. Fewer interactions with law enforcement means fewer possibilities for a fatal interaction. And these particular interactions are not necessarily related to public safety. In fact, from a public safety perspective, I would rather have limited police resources going toward violent and serious crimes, as well as moving violations like drunk driving that actually endanger the community. So since we're the creative city, let's find creative solutions. Perhaps we need a new unarmed department dedicated to traffic enforcement, or maybe there's a technological fix like traffic cameras, or like in San Antonio, Texas, they're testing out a new system called Trusted Driver that lets officers send citations and warnings electronically without the need for a traffic stop. I think we can raise the bar for what a city can accomplish in terms of public safety as well as equity. So I'm excited to see what West Hollywood can do on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Our next speaker on this item is Todd Hallman. Todd, you may turn on your camera if you'd like.
I'm going to forgo my camera because it's a late hour.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Meister, Pro Tem Mayor Shine, and council members. If you indulge me, I'm going to share a personal story with you. Many years ago, I was traveling from the West Side Pavilion with my partner at the time, Mark, a white male. We were sitting at the intersection of Pico and Robertson, waiting to turn left to come north back to West Hollywood, when I looked to the south side of the intersection and saw an LAPD cruiser and 2 officers looking at us. I quietly said to Mark, "They're going to pull us over." When Mark made the left-hand turn, they immediately pulled us over. The one officer proceeded to Mark's side of the car with the questions, driver's license, registration, while the other officer came to my side of the car. I had been through this drill before, so I knew to keep my hands visible. The one officer that was on my side of the vehicle tried to engage in idle conversation, and then he looked in the back of the vehicle. We had been shopping at Nordstrom's, and at that time, when you shopped at Nordstrom's, all of your items were wrapped in tissue and put in a Nordstrom's bag, and it was tied with a bow. He looked in the back and he looked at me and he said, "Are any of those items stolen?" They eventually let us go. And as we drove home, I was mortified, humiliated, and embarrassed. This wasn't the first time. So I hope you consider this story when you vote on this agenda item this evening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Todd. Our next speaker on this item is Charlie Jasper. Charlie, if you would like, you may turn your camera on. I see you coming on, and you will have 2 minutes.
Good evening, City Council members, Mayor Meister, thank you for your time. My name is Charlie Jasper. I am a resident of West Hollywood and more or less lifelong and native Angelino. And combat veteran. And I would like to say that what you're going to be doing here, what you're proposing with this study is a grave mistake. I'd like to get you a little familiar with the idea of what's called broken windows policing. Broken windows policing is essentially the fact that if you go after these small crimes, you start getting things before they metastasize, you're going to, prevent big problems. One thing that happened in New York City, if you remember from the David Dinkins era, when things just got more and more worse, eventually the city completely switched on a dime, elected Rudy Giuliani. He brought in CompStat, and they started getting turnstile jumpers and all these, petty crooks. And they found out that the guy jumping the turnstile is the guy who committed a rape a month ago. He's the guy who beat up and robbed 3 old people on the subway, 2 weeks prior. It's far more likely that that's something that's going to happen in a situation like that. I get it, in a train situation, but at the same time, when you do make these low-level minor traffic stops for, broken taillights, for expired tags, for these things, there's a possibility that you do interrupt, even if it's tangentially, the criminal, planning process. And as a security consultant, I can go through that whole thing with you, and it takes a little bit, but I only have so much time. But essentially, when you interrupt that movement, that operational movement, you've created a situation that cascades out from there, and it's a ripple effect. Frankly, it keeps, they talk, and so they're not going to start, causing trouble here and there, in the same place. Now, I can bring it back to what happened last Thursday at Croft House, the unfortunate, homicide of a 24-year-old
Mr. Jasper,
graduate student.
your 5 minutes, your 2 minutes are up. Thank you. Thank you.
Melissa, I accidentally went away for a second. My internet said it was unstable.
So did mine. Do you want to give him a couple more minutes? Oh,
no, it's okay. I just wanted to make sure I'm here. I'm here now. I just wanted to make sure you could hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you
Okay.
and see you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Our final speaker that I have signed up on this item is Zakia Wright. Zakia, you may press *6 and you will have 2 minutes.
All right. Good evening, City Council. Zakia Wright again. I, as a Black non-binary person, I have so many personal experiences with, police officers that have been scary, that have been traumatic, ranging from being pulled over for minor traffic, alleged minor traffic infractions, and being met with hostility and aggression, to times when I've reported crimes committed against me and there's been a refusal to do anything about it. The most, egregious incident was when I was pulled over for an alleged infraction, and two deputies approached my car on each side, both of them with their guns already drawn. I was detained for, up to an hour, where more cops just kept coming, and it was just me. It was a very traumatic experience. And so for some communities, it's safer for us to limit our interactions with police officers. And I think this proposal does just that. Given the reports of the egregious conduct of many police departments, especially the reports that are coming out of Torrance, it's painfully clear that race determines if people will be harmed or survive their interaction with police officers. So again, decreasing those interactions is for the safety of the BIPOC community. And moreover, to address the broken windows theories that was discussed by a previous speaker, that theory has been debunked many times over. And one of the main reasons is that because of the inherent racism that belies that theory, the broken windows is associated with Black neighborhoods, poor neighborhoods, low-income neighborhoods, where they're already over-policed and harassed for these things. And so that theory, it just doesn't work. And so I do applaud the council members for bringing this forward, and I do hope that it passes. Thanks.
Thank you, Zakia. Mayor, that was the last person I had signed up to speak for this item.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have any comments, Councilmember D'Amico?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move the item and ask that it go to the Public Safety Commission prior to coming back here, so that there can just be another sort of slower, potentially not at 11:18 at night, a discussion with the public, in the 7 o'clock hour or the 8 o'clock hour, and then come back to the city council. Also, I think as part of my motion, I would ask that the public safety division, when the city attorney takes this up, that she work closely with the public safety division to craft a set of policies that can either be implemented immediately or over time that makes sense with our contracting with our contract with the sheriff's department. So that would be my motion.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I guess, is there a second? If not, then
I
we
will
need to-
second.
Okay.
I will second your motion.
I have a question. Are you saying that it will go to Public Safety Commission before it goes to Lauren Langer, or?
No, that whatever the city attorney and the public safety division come up with, that would be presented to the Public Safety Commission. And those comments, along with any further comments from the Public Safety Commission, would come to us as a staff report with a recommendation.
That's what I understood, that I seconded.
Thank you. And all that commission and division and public, but yeah, thank you all.
Councilmember Erickson?
Thanks so much, Mayor. I was going to second it, but I wanted to make sure Mayor Pro Tem had that opportunity since it was her and Councilmember Horvath's item. I would also like to see if it'd be possible, because I too, like you, Mayor, when I met with staff, had a lengthy conversation about the Center for Police Equity's report. I think I myself might be back in senior care, back in Wisconsin, being cared for by my nieces and nephews by the time that item seems to be coming back to us here at council. We've asked for it multiple times, and I don't feel confident that it's going to be coming back anytime soon. I do know that my colleagues asked for localized data, but it needs to be verified and of course make sure that it's appropriate. But if that data could also be included before it came back to us, so that way we know the localized impact, I think that would be helpful. I necessarily, I look forward to the Center for Policing Equity's report, but I believe if we can pull these numbers, which I believe the team is working on or did do, but wanted to make sure that had an appropriate eyes on it, it would be good to have that here as well. So I'm supportive of this. And I also just want to say, I understand many of the members of the public that emailed about us this item, that I just want to reiterate what my colleagues have said already. This is direction. This is not the actual item. There is going to be another public process, as you see in the motion, for this to make sure you are heard and have that feedback for. I encourage you all to do it. I also want to thank the members of the public that called in on this. I have the great opportunity to know all of them. I mean, Charlie, we've never met. Happy to meet you if you would like to. But, it is no shock to me that many members that called in, all being people who I self-identify as people of color, shared very personal stories. And I want to make sure I respect that and say thank you to my colleagues for bringing this item forward. And I support it fully and look forward to the full report with localized data and everything coming back to us at a date in the future.
Thank you, Councilmember Erickson. And I'll just reiterate what I said before. We gave direction to our Public Safety Division to work with the Center of Policing Equity in order to get numbers, to get recommendations. We still don't have numbers, I guess, apparently regarding, I guess, the numbers that you're talking about to bring back. I would like to see those numbers before making a decision on that. I do appreciate the public's comments, and I do appreciate that there can be some scary things that go on with stops. But this is the first time I'm learning that it's just our traffic cops that make stops, those types of traffic stops, not all of our deputies. And I just wonder if there would be anything that we could do with them without having to do all this first. So those are my comments. If there are no further comments, then I would say, Melissa, do you want to?
Yes, ma'am. I will do a roll call vote on Councilmember D'Amico's motion, which was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Shine. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
No.
The motion passes, noting the no vote of Mayor Meister.
Okay. So now we have no legislative, and do we have public comment?
We have one individual who has signed up to speak under the final public comment period, and that is Zakia Wright. Zakia, you may press *6, and you will have 2 minutes to provide final public comment.
Hi, good evening. I wasn't able to call in earlier to speak on items 2B, B as in voice, 5B and 5C. And I just wanted to recognize the council members that brought those items forward, and I fully support them. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Zakia. And council member comments? Do we have it? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I just want to really say for the record that one of the values that I hold dear and live by every single day is integrity and ethics. And Mayor, you abstained from making a vote on the Black History Month item, and you stated vaguely that it had to do with a conflict of interest or the appearance of impropriety. I know there's 2 events that were involved in this item. One is the Still Bisexual event, which my wife is hosting. She's not making a single penny from this. She is a volunteer for this organization. And from my discussions with our city attorney, there's no conflict of interest. There is no impropriety. There is absolutely no rule that is being broken. So I don't know why you abstained, but I also know that your social justice task force member is one of the part of Black Women Lead. That's the co-sponsor for the other event. And I would hope that your abstention perhaps had to do with that and not the fact that Ashley is hosting the event. Because again, reiterate that there was no conflict of interest. And if that's the case, it's really would be very offensive to me.
I can understand, and I wish that I could have given you a heads up conversation before this meeting, but obviously with the Brown Act, that's not possible. I do feel that there is the appearance of impropriety because, as my understanding from the staff report is that Ashley is on the board of that organization. And what it means is that there is more access. That's what it looks like, the access. And to me, that's the appearance. I just don't think it's a great precedent for us to be setting. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you, but I couldn't in good conscience vote for the item. I was supportive of the general concept of the item, which is why I abstained and didn't vote no.
Sure. Thank you for that. And I will again reiterate, after speaking to the city attorney, there was actually no conflict of interest or appearance or rules broken. And I co-sponsored this with Councilmember Horvath. So She is a volunteer. She is on the board. She's literally the only Black person on this board who created this event in a pandemic and is not benefiting in any way. So,
Okay, thank you. Okay, there's no other comments, then we will adjourn until Monday, February 7th, 2022, 6 p.m. I assume we will be likely to be teleconferencing, but we will see.
Stay safe, everyone.
Have a good evening.